Yo, peoples! Kyushu92 here. Welcome back to Wuthering Waves. Before we do anything else concerning Wuthering Waves, I am finishing the rest of all my skill tutorials for all the characters that I have. We're doing that now. I only got like a handful more to take care of, and then I don't have to worry about it for any of the resonators that I have. Yo, Fizz, good to see you.
All eyes on me. Trying to fool me? Don't let your jaw drop yet.
We're getting rid of all these skill tutorials that have been sitting unfinished, undone, since I want to say around when I started Wuthering Waves. Because if you look at this guidebook, I still have Yang Yang and Chisha. Yeah, I still got all these people to do. We're handling that now. Because last time you guys were here, I said I was going to go ahead and get it knocked out. Hey, did you pull Lucy and her weapon? Nope. Because I like to do pulls live.
Speeding up.
It's only when I try to do pulls after doing it live and build up the, currency for it that I do it as a video. But I much prefer to do polls live so we can share in the moment when we get them. But this is also a reason why I'm doing all the skill tutorials, so I can get that little bit of asteroids in my bank. Just go ahead and get, because every little bit counts. I want to say I have 4,000, but I also want to try and pull for Lucilla as well.
Shape the shapeless.
And we are done with Yang Yang. Now, real quick, before anyone says anything, I caught some glimpses of some new people that are apparently coming to Wuthering Waves. And there's a trailer out, and I may do a reaction to that trailer. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You actually got her alongside Lucilla. I was going to save up for Lupa whenever she gets another rerun. I highly doubt she will, unfortunately, but hey, I'll take it. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Actually, let me show you what currency I currently have. I have 4,080, and I have 17 tides for Lucilla. I have 17, whatever these were called, in order to try and pull for Lucy. And I ain't got none in order to try and pull for Lucy's weapon. So we'll pull after I'm done doing the tutorial for all my remaining characters that I have. All my remaining resonators, that is. And since we're getting to like beginner level resonators, their tutorials are very short. Compared to when I was going through Cantarella's, when we started to get way more people during Renacita, that's when they actually started to greatly expand upon the movesets and capabilities of characters. Because going through iMyths, it was a longer tutorial because of how many variations to her combat it is. But going down to someone you get at literally the beginning of the game, such as Yang Yang and Chisha, there really isn't too much variation. Because at that point, they really hadn't expanded around everyone. Well, you're going to be surprised. I'm going to skip this banner that's going on Daycon. I'm stacking up on Dragonstones. But that doesn't surprise me. You love Dokkan Battle. You love Dokkan. All the SSRs and legendary rank people that you get over on Dragon Ball, it's no surprise that you would skip the banner. And frankly, throughout my time playing Wuthering Waves, this should have been done already. But now that I've beaten Sandland, which was very enjoyable, by the way, I have a lot more free time to mess with Wuthering Waves like I should. As far as, like... Okay, I got it. I got it. Did I see the drip marketing for the new characters? I did, but I did not watch the new trailer. So that is definitely something we're gonna have to react to. I saw some characters, but their name escapes me, some of them. So I kind of want to make it something I react to so I can give you guys my own personal opinion on how everyone looks. Like, honestly and earnestly. Also, Ramil, it's good to see you. I am wrapping up my character skill tutorials from my list from last time so that I never have to say, oh, I need to work on that. That's what I've basically been working on this whole time. This is the most effort I have ever put into a gacha. In terms of like an open world one, this is the most amount of effort. Also, since we're on the subject of games and the like, did y'all hear that the head of Xbox Game Studios has left? I'm not the only one who thinks that's crazy that the head of the gaming studios of Xbox has left. Directly, pretty much, very relatively close to the time when Microsoft was saying there was going to be layoffs towards Xbox associated people. That's still crazy to me. Still not over how great the Cyberpunk Edge Runners collab was, and apparently it's confirmed to be canon by Project Red and Kodo Games, so at least Lucy got a much happier ending. Yeah, Ramil said that. I believe it was Ramil and Dawn when I was playing through the collaboration last week. They both confirmed that it is canon to Edge Runners. So, in order for you to know, it is canonically appropriate for you to play Wuthering Waves, or at least watch the cutscenes if you don't play it, to get the closure of Lucy from Edge Runners. Which is cool, by the way. Yeah, it's pretty... Yeah, the Cyberpunk Edge Runners collab for WUWA is essentially episode 11 of the Edge Runners anime. Which is insane, by the way. And then when you think about how absolutely important Cyberpunk Edge Runners was to the entire franchise, then you realize that not only did you get an incredibly solid collaboration between an already great game, which is Wuthering Waves, but also to an anime that basically saved the livelihood of Cyberpunk 2077. Because without Edge Runners, we would not have 2.0, or the game being, received way better than it has been. Because of how good Edge Runners was. Do you realize how good of an anime you need to have for you to make people rethink playing a video game that many people wrote off because of how buggy and glitchy it was? You gotta be some god tier anime to make people want to care about your gaming franchise again. Ah, there it is.
Like frigid death.
All right, onwards to the next character. But yeah, the Cyberpunk Edge Runners collab, by far the greatest collab for a gacha I've ever seen. And the fact, and you want to know what I really like, the fact that they didn't take away, because even though Wuthering Waves is not a rated M game, they did not take away from characters like Lucy and Rebecca, even though, you know, their cursing was, you know, bleeped out. They still made it so that Rebecca and Lucy were authentic to their characters despite the censoring. And I'm so glad they didn't go the route of, well, let's just change the words that they're using to something that is less impactful and doesn't even sound remotely like something Rebecca or Lucy would say. No, they kept them true to character and pulled it off. Connection error, reconnecting. It's been going through this, mind you, because for my streams to be, you know, smooth, I keep my Ethernet cable plugged into my PC, but not into my PlayStation. So I might need to redo some network stuff in the background later, but things are still fine. Find that sweet spot. Maybe I need to make it forget the Wi-Fi point I'm connected to and then reconnect to it. All for the sake of efficiency. An amazing game with incredible storyline and an anime with insane animation and some swag while being tragic at the end. Yep, that checks out with how tragic Imyth and Denia's stories are. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
I will protect. Steady there. Attack is the best defense.
All right, we're nearly there. We're almost done. Then we're gonna attempt some pulls. I would very much like to get Lucy so she can join Rebecca. I'm more concerned with getting the resonators than their weapons, even though their weapons are highly suggested. Don't know why Nightbot is telling me to hydrate and stretch when it isn't even time for that timer to go off, but then again, it also based off of how quickly people are talking in chat, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, only 6 more people to go. Baiji! Not to be confused with Baiji from Black Myth Wukong. We need more characters who are just straight hands. Literally fighting with an ice Pokemon.
Endless reverberation.
I just somehow knew it was going to be off to the side like that. Now for everyone's, let's keep this person at 1 HP to get maximum damage. The individual that everyone says Dungeon main stay winning.
swing. Strike. Ha! Harmonize.
Oblivion. No mercy.
Okay, Dungeon, I see you. Can be completely honest with you, Dokkan needs to hurry up and put Ultra Ego Vegeta in the game. Yeah, you would probably go after Ultra Ego Vegeta, wouldn't you? More and more people have been releasing little short clips of their time at Summer Game Fest and them messing with Control Resonant. I feel the gravity manipulation for Control Resonant, such as you being able to literally shift your positioning to like any point of contact. Like if you see a wall, that's your brand new floor. If you see a ceiling, that's your brand new wall or whatever. The orientation of Control Resonant is really going to throw some people for a loop. But I can't wait for that because it brings a sense of change in terms of, oh, so when it comes to actually fighting in this environment, the ground isn't the only place you're going to be able to take your fights to. Because the last time I played a game where fighting on the ground and fighting on a wall and fighting in the air was as seamless as breathing was literally Spider-Man Web of Shadows. I never played Gravity Rush, not the first or second ones. But the ones that gave me like, oh, you can fight on the wall and then fight in the air and then fight on the ground and make it seamless in between the two was literally Web of Shadows. So having a game that makes it so that everywhere you fight, every surface that exists can be a platform where you take on enemies everywhere, switching up your orientation every once in a while in order to get the drop on enemies, it's refreshing. Because you don't see games taking advantage of the very concept of everything can be a space where you fight on.
How's that for a magic trick?
Okay, I got it now.
Time.
Ah, I see. Okay, interesting, Alto. That's literally Dante's airborne shoot skill.
Let the bullets fly.
And we're done with Alto. Only a couple more left. We're almost there. Just 3 more, then I can say I'm fully caught up on skill tutorials. And we can try and pull for Lucilla. But of course, we'll try and pull for Lucy first.
As you wish. My wrath.
Interesting, Mortifi. And the last will be Havoc Rover. Can you believe that I haven't tried doing the skill tutorial for Havoc Rover since the beginning of this game coming to PlayStation? That's how long it's been there. We need more characters that can throw hands. We literally need more fisticuff type characters. I brought this up when we were in the Black Shore storyline.
Feel the thunder.
We need someone who's basically like Garp.
In all directions. Lightning coming up. Resistance is futile.
Last one. Last skill tutorial. Or at least until I get a brand new resonator. 23 minutes. At least I'm not spending an hour doing this, so I'm grateful. Because that was an hour of me doing extra the last time before we got started with the main story. Or anything story related. I haven't messed with Havoc Rover in over a year. Like, actually dedicated time to Havoc Rover? It's been a while. Ah! I feel like Maximilian Dude sometimes when I don't pull off the combo like I want. Of course, Max goes the extra mile to actually do those extremely difficult combos.
None shall whisper.
And we're done. Havoc Rover is still the best Rover to this day. Haven't messed with him too much. I've really been using Arrow Rover just for the healing ability. Basically someone who's like Garp. I mean, Lupa is basically a gladiator version of Marileona to me, at least in terms of always love the thrill of a battle. But yeah, definitely someone who's like Garp. Yeah, because there's nothing wrong with us getting like a old dude type character. I know the appeal that really helps Wuthering Waves in terms of drawing people to pull for characters is how beautiful pretty much all of the ladies are. You know, older ladies, let me be specific because some of them are young. How beautiful the older ladies are. But I feel like there should also be an appeal for, like, you know, the Grandmaster type characters, you know, the grizzled dudes, the grizzled old dudes who are just as powerful. They kind of need to dip into that market as well. Because when you see Chairman Netero from Hunter x Hunter, or the third Hokage from Naruto, or Garp, or Whitebeard, or any other older character from One Piece, or Old Man Yamamoto from Bleach, or... Who's another old character? Who's another old character that or like Old Man Takamura from Sakamoto days. There's so many different series out there that have old dudes who are just crazy powerhouses that everyone fears to mess with because they are just that terrifying. And yet, that's a cool appeal. And it would be cool if they attempted something like that one day. One day. Okay, I think... Yep, that's all. That is all of the Resonator training that I had left. Basic training done, skill training done, tactical holograms. I still got some more of those to do in order to get my hands on some more asteroids. Certain tiers I need to do as well. But yeah, we did it. Okay, now let's go ahead. Actually, hold on. Bountiful Crescendo. Okay, I only did that to look at this. So I only got 2 more days to log in, and then I get the rest of these red ones. And I also get the Dream's Edge avatar. So all of that will be gained. So now it is time to pull for Lucy. And doing this 2 times will enable us to get 2 of these. But of course, I'll have to dip into my asteroids if I don't get Lucy, if I really want to get my hands on her. So if we got someone who's basically Meta Leona, if she became a gladiator, why not get someone who may be old, but definitely can throw hands just like the Prime days? It's entirely possible, but it all depends on Kudo. But for now, we attempt to pull for Lucy! Nope, it was a purple. Ah, well. There was an attempt. And I need way more in order to buy even one of these. I need way more. I would need 3 in order to try again. So what we're gonna do is we're only gonna go that far. We're only gonna go that far to pull one more time. Oh well. There was an attempt. Okay. Now I'm gonna back off of that, because now we're gonna try and pull for Lucilla. And I would very much like to have the president of the Star... I completely forgot the name of this entire school. I forgot the name of this school. Star Torch. I knew it was Star Torch. I was thinking to myself, Star Break? But yeah, we have enough. Let's go ahead and attempt to pull for Lucilla. Welcome, President Lucilla. Nope. Let's go again. Lucilla. Huh? Don't toy with me.
Life's a wheel of memories. And memories recap.
Hello. Oh, that's fantastic. Free to play wins keep. The free to play 5-star pulls keeps winning. I'm saving this because it's going to be a short. If I don't make it a short from the stream itself, then it is going to be a short from this video here. But yeah, we have the president of Star Torch Academy. I knew I was gonna get her. Nah, this ain't fair. On my second pull, no less. Woo! Ah, that's beautiful.
Oh, time for another afternoon consultation, I see. What's on your mind today?
Talkie! Apologies if I was laughing just a little bit too loud. Yes, sir! Okay, we have Lucilla, and I still have plenty of asteroids left. So, let me see here. To get a stack of 10, to pull for 10 times, you need 1,600 asteroids. If you want to pull 2 times, then you're going to need 3,200, which I currently have. Shall we go for her weapon? Ooh, hold on. We may be able to get free pulls without dipping into my asteroids here for her freeze frame. So we're going to go ahead. I already have 2 of them. I just need to. Okay. Let's go ahead and get freeze frame, shall we? Nope. Not this time. I would very much like to have the president's weapon as well. We need more pull animations, like a fake out, like it makes you think that you're getting a 5-star, and then you get interrupted and it changes into a 4-star. I feel that would do incredible harm to player trust. Fake outs like that, especially if people are really hoping that the last of their currency would be enough for them to get said character at 5 stars, and it turns into a 4-star instead, like a big fake out, that would be incredibly harmful to player retention. Now, the other way around, oh, you mean like you get a 4-star, but then it splits, it turns into a 5-star instead. Oh, in that case, that's much better. That's much better. That's what you meant. Okay, my apologies for misunderstanding. I really want to get her weapon. I really want to put the asteroids towards getting her weapon. Even though Lucy is right here, and I probably should try and get Lucy before this collaboration ends, I really want the president of this entire school and her weapon in my pocket. I want her weapon. I have to get her weapon. It has to be. Because let's check out what this weapon does. Let's look into it. Increases attack by 12% after inflicting Glacio Chafe on the target. The wielder gains 30% Glacio damage bonus for 12 seconds, and all resonators in the team gain 24% attack increase for 30 seconds. Effects of the same name cannot be stacked. And it already has attack and critical rate. This is a really cool looking weapon. I knew it was cool when they showed it off to us during the preview, but when you truly look at it, it's absolutely sick. And at max level, especially if it's rank 5, because I don't think I've ever gotten a duplicate of a single 5-star weapon in this game, aside from... No, I don't think I got like a duplicate. But looking at its capabilities, that is truly intriguing. So, I got 2 more chances. Let's pull for... Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and try and pull for her weapon. Let's just go ahead and add it to my bank. Nope. All right, this is the last bit. I don't have any more. I don't have any events that will allow me to get asteroids instantaneously for me to get her weapon. So this would be my last attempt. We're at 35 minutes right now. Apologies for the wait before we get started with this story, but let's go ahead and make this final attempt. I welcome you, Freeze Frame. There is no way. 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 Your free-to-play boy just keeps winning. I'm sorry, Lucy. As much as I enjoyed Edge Runners and the entire collab, President Lucilla called for every bitch that I had to offer, and now she is complete. You can't have the president without her favorite toy. I'm pinching myself. This is not a dream. This is very real. Thank you, God. Well, all right. Once again, my final poll with the last bit that I had came in clutch. We now have the president of Star Torch Academy and her weapon. She literally dropped, what was it? Friday? She literally dropped Friday. Ah, feels good.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our...
Hopefully, we'll make time for another adventure.
Let's reach farther destinations together. The power to split.
Wait, where's the president?
Match matter.
Let's add more memories to our album.
There we go. And, disgusting training rectifier. You require your own. Yes, sir. Ah, feels good. Feels good. So, let's go through all the resonators that have their own weapons that I managed to grab. So, I have Galbrina, and I have her weapon. I have Aimith and her weapon. I have Phoebe and her weapon. I have Frolova, and I have her weapon as well.
Nice.
The power
I got
to split.
Kartathea and her weapon. I got Hyuki. I don't have her weapon, though. I don't have the Frostburn. But
The power.
I will
at
be there
least
for
I got the
everyone.
president of Star Torch
Eyes
Academy.
on the horizon.
Let's add more memories to our album.
I told y'all I was gonna get her. I told y'all when she was first shown off that I was going to get her. I told y'all when she was previewed. And this is before we even got a showcase of her capabilities. This was back when her resonator image was shown. I said, I'm getting her. And now we got her. Feels good. Alright, let's trade out Hiki for the president of Star Torch Academy.
Tell me there's no spelling involved.
Think my summoner's luck rubbed off on me and got on you? Oh no, that ain't nothing but the grace of God right there. I thank God that I live in a time where I get to pull for the characters that I want, and so I can do stuff like this. All right, let's see what the Hello, President Lucilla. You are literally her entire moveset. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to make a short off of all of her, like, her basic attacks. She is literally fighting people with camera flashes. I thought when she was capable of parrying with like her arm and the camera, but no, she is parrying her opponents, parrying her enemies with camera flashes. Camera flashes are actually physical attacks for her.
Smile. Say cheese. Look at the camera.
Go for it.
She even has a little emoji that pops up when you do that. Yo, anime gamer! Sorry for coming in late. Don't worry about it. You're fine. I tell this to everyone. Whenever I do streams, whenever you feel like showing up is the right time. Don't ever feel like you're late.
A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely as he means to.
But we're done. We got Lucilla. I feel good. And Lucilla has been added as the newest Resonator skill tutorial. So we can go ahead and knock that out before we get started with her actual mission. What did you miss? I pulled one of the newest characters. I pulled President Lucilla and her weapon, and basically my last pull with the last bit of currency I had was what I needed to get not only her, but also her weapon. So glad I won that 50-50 and I didn't get the fraud again. I am so incredibly grateful for that. That is still crazy.
Smile.
Release the normal button once the cursor lands within perfect focus.
Come on, get in the shot.
Literally beating people to death with a camera.
Hold still.
Like she's just chilling, looking at the opponent. Ah, that's the perfect one.
Look at the camera.
Nope, that wasn't it. You got a full Glacio team now. Hiyuki, Lucilla, whatever support you want. Yeah, that's true. Apparently her abilities are so busted, especially the camera function. Bro, what do you mean busted? There's no other character in the game that literally fights people with household objects. And it's not even something that it should be possible to function as an actual attack. Sure, we have Phoebe, but she's literally using laser beams. You know, light refracted off of crystals in order to, you know, shoot down beams of light. But Lucilla is literally using the flash of a camera to do harm. That's cracked. No, I mean, it can literally affect terrain or reality. Oh, okay. We'll find out. Well, I guess I'll learn a little bit more once we get through the,
Scattered memories.
Oh, this is her your mode. This is why I told you she's your. She's your.
I witnessed.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Say cheese.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Memories take shape. Look at the camera. Hold still. Gosh darn it. Perfect lighting. Not bad. Mediocre
So hold
foes.
on.
Dismissed. I protect. Every instant.
Woo! Man, Lucilla, let's go. Oh, that's so sick. But we're done here. Time to do this segue. And however long it takes me to get through this segue is however long we're going to be here. But yeah, Lucilla. Oh my goodness. Yes, sir. But also, how many Glacio members do I have? I got Hiyuki. I have Lucilla. And my only other 5-star Glacio character is the Fraud. My only other one is Lin Yang. My Glacios such as Baiji and what is it, Yuhu? And then we have Sansa. Or is it Senua? Senua. No, Senua is from that game, Senua. If only I had Carlotta. But Hiyuki, Lucilla, and any one of these 4. If I wanted to go like a full Glacio team. Ah, well. Okay, let's do this quest. We choose the sky. Are you free tomorrow? What's this about? Rover's voice isn't this deep. I'm sorry, this is the voice I use for Sung Jinu when I'm reading the solo leveling light novel. I'll take that as a yes. My office, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It's right next to the Academic Affairs office. Don't mix them up. So I'm just gonna take the president to her own office so she can wait on the president to show up so that the president can speak to the president. But let's just stick as Rover. Alright, I can change this now. I forgot. I keep forgetting that I don't have to... I was about to say, what happened?
Let's press on.
But I keep forgetting that I don't have to have Rover be the main icon. I can have someone else.
We still have a long journey ahead of us. Let's press on.
Rover's had enough time being in the spotlight.
Life's a reel of memories, and memories, life recut.
Right, I got all these different avatars. I think it's high time I actually changed it. I got all these different spots. Lucy, Denia, Sigrika, Chissa, Lene, Mornier, Mornier again. Luke Harrison. Outstanding Commander. You know what? I'm gonna have Lighthouse and Blake Bloom. That'll be the one I use. All right, we wait until 8 o'clock, and that is the button to bring up the camera.
About the notes you lent me last week, I spotted a few parameters that seem off.
Why do we have to pay for the food we developed ourselves? The president doesn't look...
And there we
Lucilla's
go.
busy now. I should wait outside.
Not a problem. For project funding approvals, we can follow the new Federation's model. But when it comes to picking research topics, I'm afraid I must insist on giving our teams more freedom to choose their own direction. I have full
The president
confidence in
doesn't
our
look too
faculty
happy
and
today.
students.
Maybe we should come back another time,
Yes,
Professor?
precisely. But we both
don't
know
worry.
that high risks
Just leave
often
it.
lead to
Dear
high
Madam
returns.
Lucilla, watch that.
Pardon me, I had to step away in order to grab my phone. Had to grab my phone. Okay, let's check out this photo album. Students from various departments gather around Lucilla. She appears slightly overwhelmed. Man, think about this. This is hand drawn. People draw this. This is an AI. This is people are drawing. People draw this. A group is gathered around a plant in what appears to be a Pioneer Association office. You recognize Verena among them. In the background, a lone figure works facing away from the camera. Is that Lucilla? Wow, so Verena's been here. She's been around too. Huh. That's interesting. You'd think that Verena would just stick around, Jinjo, but no, she's been here too. That kind of brings into question just how well traveled are all these people that we've met in different regions. Have they gone beyond just Jinjo? Because I don't remember this being a conversation that Verena brought up. Even though it's not terribly important for us to know exactly where Verena's been, but you kind of don't think about that concerning characters who have been different places. A graduation photo of Lucilla, but the setting doesn't look like a school. A stern noblewoman stands beside Lucilla, her hand on Lucilla's arm. I'm getting bad vibes from this photo. This doesn't look like the face of a doting mother or a mother who's incredibly proud. This looks like the face of a very strict mother who wants to ensure that her daughter does exactly what she wants to. Because in no photo do you grab someone by the arm as if you're trying to make sure that they can't go anywhere. This gives me bad vibes. A photo taken through a porthole that captures an enormous Solaskin. A small note in the bottom right corner of the photo reads, "The largest Solaskin ever recorded." And that ain't Luby.
Yes, I understand.
The president doesn't look too happy today.
Understood. Let's save those two issues for our call next week. The new partnership model is interesting, but I'll need to run it by my colleagues first. No, not at all. Why would I think you're making things difficult for us? The Academy has always been open to this kind of collaboration. Okay then. See you next week. Have a wonderful day. Oh, impudent little hamster. Really? Using a crisis to haggle me down to wholesale?
Is that the first time we've ever seen Lucilla mad? Like, she had anime mad eyes. You know, one where your irises completely disappear and it's just straight white? Yeah, she was definitely angry. Are you alright?
I'm fine. Just had a bit of a tiff with a rather difficult partner. It's just that... You want some coffee?
Only coffee for breakfast?
Ah, didn't realize the sun was already up.
So, what's all this you've got going on, President Lucilla?
Right. What am I even working on? After the hero defeats the Demon King, shouldn't we all be enjoying our happily ever after? But here I am, burning the midnight oil like I'm part of some sleep deprivation experiment. A former colleague from the Pioneer Association taught me how to make this special coffee blend. Want a sip?
Did she actually add?
This coffee. What did she add to the coffee?
Oh, it's a favorite among the Gold Runners in the new Federation. Packs a punch. Sometimes a little too much of a punch. That hits the spot. It wasn't the most thrilling time, but it certainly left me with some memorable moments. Now I'm around students every day, but it's hard not to notice how far I've drifted from their world.
What's the story behind that giant Solaskin photo?
Ah, that one. One of my students took it. Shame I never got to see that Solaskin with my own eyes. Must be twice a person's height, at least from the picture. Can a Solaskin even grow that large?
Do you plan to tell me what I'm really doing here?
All right, Rover. Technically, I shouldn't be asking a student this. So let's just call it a casual chat between friends. So, from a purely administrative standpoint, is there a chance that certain unverified intel I share with you off the record could, through private channels, somehow influence an inspection report issued by a particular independent international organization?
So in other words, you want me to do some investigating for the sake of another person. Could you please explain that in a way even a Fluffguin could understand?
I mean, what's your network like at the Black Shores? Got any real pull there?
Do you really want to know?
I'll be straightforward, Rover. Star Torch Academy has been in a bit of a bind ever since the Exostrider and Aleph-1 left lahai-roi. As you can see, our investors are reassessing the Academy's value now that the Exostrider is gone. They're holding a review next week to discuss new management policies moving forward. Before that happens, I pulled some strings to get a third-party agency in for an independent investigation. Whatever they put in their report will steer the whole review.
So you brought in the Black Shores to audit Star Torch. When's this happening?
Dr. Luke is waiting for the auditor at the Starboard Riseway as we speak. They'll be here any minute. Now, Rover, I'm not about to interfere with an independent audit, but I'd like you to be there during this visit. And if possible...
You want me to put in a good word?
Oh, no need. Just make sure they see the Academy for what it really is. My students can speak for themselves. Dr. Luke and the auditor have arrived. Shall we?
You know, it hasn't really dawned... It didn't dawn on me...
Just a second. Okay, let's go.
We choose the sky. Chapter 3 Segue. But no, it hadn't dawned on me that... Remember when we first came to Star Torch Academy? What was their whole big major goal? Like, what was the big driving force for the entire Academy? Studying the Exostrider and also Aleph-1. With both of those gone, what's the goal and pursuit of Star Torch Academy now? It didn't really dawn on me that we essentially got rid of two things that allowed the school to continue functioning. At least the driving force behind the school itself. The driving force for all the innovations that we've seen. The fact that we fought Aleph-1 in a basically super kaiju battle, which is crazy when you think about the scale of the fight. We were literally on a moon,
This is a testament to my connection
eclipsing
with the world around
mountains
me.
to the point where they
It's
were
very
like
much my
little
companion
small
now.
mounds of dirt in comparison
Bearing
to like
witness to
the
everything
Exostrider and
I've
Aleph-1
experienced
size.
on this journey.
But now that both of those are sealed away and they can't be accessed easily, what is the pursuit of Star Torch Academy now? So now, because after she said like, well, since Aleph-1 and the Exostrider are gone, our investors are kind of reassessing the necessity to keep funding Star Torch Academy if those two things that we spent all these years studying are now gone. It didn't dawn on me until just now that we
This is a
pretty much got
testament to my
rid of the
connection
whole
with the
purpose
world
of the
around me.
school still getting
It's
funding.
very much my companion now. Bearing witness to everything I've experienced.
That never dawned on me. Man, we kind of put the school in a little bit of a bind. At the same time, we saved basically Solaris, the entire planet, from this space Thronodian. But at the same time,
The lenses convert the reactor drive's light into storable energy.
The train for Star Torch Academy and the Frostlands will be departing soon. All passengers, please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Void storm hazard level at transit stop low.
I don't see anyone. Are they still on their way?
Oh, hold on. Dr. Luke says the auditor insisted on driving his own motorbike. That means they're on the second floor. Come on.
so what's going to happen next? That's the real question. But I have a good idea of what our next location is going to be. I think we're going to the new Federation.
What's all this?
Professor, we heard a very important visitor is coming to tour the Academy. Don't worry, we'll make a good impression.
Yep, we even threw together a little welcoming, thing.
Ah, you rascals. All right, but follow my lead. If this auditor is a by-the-book type, then we...
Woo!
It's Alto. He's the auditor. It's Alto.
Oh, yeah! What a ride! Now that was top-notch. Oh, so many people. So, not a confidential audit. Huh.
Welcome to Star Torch Academy. I'm Lucilla, the Academy President. So glad you could make it.
Welcome to Star Torch Academy!
Oh, right. I'm Alto. You guys really know how to roll out the red carpet.
Nice to meet you, honored sir. I'm Sigrika, from the preparatory program. Thank you for coming to tour the Academy.
Hello, hello! Please, just Alto is fine. No need for that honored sir stuff.
Got it. I'm a Roya, you know. And I just want to say the Academy has been so wonderful to my people. We're all working together to make the world a better place. Oh, and there are lots of Roya students in Rebel College too. Everyone works so hard.
Uh-huh.
Chief Aldo, I'm Dorian from the agronomy wing. I brought you a complete nutrition squeezy jelly and art department's special self-heating cup noodles.
Cup noodles? Oh, thanks. Oh, and hey, just call me Alto.
Director Alto, I'm Nisha from the Department of Exostrider Engineering. I couldn't bring my project here, so I'm here to sing instead.
Director, I'm from the Department of Void Matters. Sir, I can dance.
What is he doing with no music? You see Lucilla's eye twitching? What is he doing? What is he doing? You ain't got no music.
And I can do some custom mods on your bike.
Mr. Alto? This is Rover from Rebel College. He will be joining us for the duration of your tour.
Ah, I forgot. Lucilla doesn't know the relationship between Rover and the Black Shores, i.e. the fact that he runs the Black Shores. And Lucilla's all like, is there any way you could get in contact with the Black Shores so we can have this whole thing taken care of? And we also need to be careful because we don't know who this person is coming from the Black Shores, and it's literally the loudest, most carefree guy in the entire organization who answers to Rover. It's an honor, esteemed auditor, sir.
Rover. Huh. What a fantastic name. Not too long, not too short.
Are we supposed to know each other?
Or not?
We are, but don't make it too obvious. Copy that.
Well then, without further ado, let's head over to Rebel College. I'll fill you in on our facilities along the way.
That would be great.
Tell those kids to go their separate ways. I'll meet you at Rebel College.
Got it.
Dude, still dancing in the back. No music. No music that makes sense, just dancing in the back.
Someone want to tell me what's happening?
Just,
You didn't know, Rover? Everyone's saying the board is looking to shut down Rebel College.
No, not the college. Just the Synchronists. A professor covering our Royan history class told us the Space Trek Collective wants them out of the Academy.
Yeah, well, the rumor mill says Rebel eats up 2/3 of the Academy's budget. And the Collective's investors have strong opinions about that. I say investors, but it's mostly new Federation money. Can't say I'm surprised they're pulling this kind of stunt.
What about you, Chisa? What have you heard?
Me? Actually, I don't know the specifics of what's happening. I just wanted to help.
So it's all just hearsay for now.
Is this all happening because the Exostrider left?
Probably. I mean, they were literally picked just to pilot the Exostrider.
But Synchronists are all such brilliant students. Even if they can't pilot anymore, they still...
The new Fed only cares as long as you're an asset. The second you're not, you're out.
There must be more to it than that.
I see. Thanks for filling me in.
The President and I are on it. You guys should head back for now.
Well, give me a shout if you need backup. There's no way I'm letting them do the Synchronists dirty like this.
We're counting on you, Senior.
We trust you.
There's no need for us to head over later. Let's go ahead and head over there now. Monye!
In addition to augmented resonance training, we place strong emphasis on general education for our Synchronists. This is Professor Mornier, who teaches synth armament studies. Shall we sit in for a bit, Mr. Alto, before we tour the student projects?
If it's no trouble.
All right. In the last lecture, we proved that the rule equation holds true for Type 2 synth armaments. Today, we'll move on to their tuning stability constants. Li Xin, could you please write the final derivation from the last lecture on the board?
Yes. Professor.
While she gets started, let's do a quick review. Waleo, what is the standard medium used to measure tuning stability in a lab setting?
It's so...
Yes, sodium. An interesting choice, though its volatility makes it impractical for standard testing. Sonia, could you tell me the standard medium for determining tuning stability in synth armaments under laboratory conditions?
Squeezy jelly.
Squeezy jelly, you say? Well, it seems we moved through the material a bit too quickly last time. But that's all right. Everyone, please refocus. Let's go over Li Xian's board work.
As you can see, Mr. Alto, this is our signature sleep learning program.
Oh, very impressive. How about we move on to the next stop?
After you.
The little stiff neck head turn because of how awkward a situation this was, and Lucilla just taking a picture. Hang in there.
Now we're about to show you some augmented resonance projects developed by our synchronists. Among them, the unmanned vehicle prototype shows exceptional promise across multiple market sectors.
Absent students, 8. Data uploaded to cloud storage.
These children seem to have forgotten the importance of honoring their commitments.
What's the deal?
It looks like the students all skipped class.
Yeah, maybe we're just too early, President Lucilla. Why don't we take a stroll elsewhere? I'm actually quite curious about the Academy's catering system.
My apologies, Mr. Alto. How fortunate we are to have you here, despite our apparent lack of preparation. There's no point denying it. You're seeing firsthand how the ongoing debate within the Space Trek Collective has begun to affect our students. Star Torch needs support now more than ever.
Oh, they really put this man Alto in charge? The heck is Shorekeeper thinking? I don't know. But when it comes to talking to people, who do you want talking at Star Torch Academy? Do you want Alto? Or do you want Camilla? Or Camellia? Do you want Camellia showing up and her being distracted by the fact that Rover's there, that she can't focus? If I had to choose between the two, I would choose Alto.
Got any solutions?
Not really. I understand, President. And this is precisely why I'm here to convey the...
Mr. Alto, how about we add an extra tour this evening? We can discuss anything you'd like after that.
Works for me.
Rover, I'll take Mr. Alto for a meal then. Would you mind checking back in with Professor Mornier for me?
See you on Waves Line.
You want to know what I like about Wuthering Waves? They don't keep characters as the same exact character with facial expressions all the time. Because you never would have expected Lucilla to have an eye-twitching or eyebrow-twitching moment, but here it is. You wouldn't expect Mornier to go through an awkward situation and then just kind of awkwardly look stiff-necked over at Lucilla and Alto. So even characters like them are having their own quote-unquote One Piece face fault type moments. Let's check in on Mornier though. Where everybody sleep. Everybody sleep. Especially when that one student was doing the cringe dance. Yeah. Mornier was all like, huh? Like, actual disturbed eye twitching. I don't know why I'm twitching my eye and you guys can't even see my face. But you know what I mean.
Why didn't you wake them up?
This class is difficult to follow, so it's normal for some to drift off. Still, it's rare for the entire class to go like that. If only I could make my lectures more accessible.
This isn't your fault.
It's like metal fatigue. These students are being tempered and pushed to their limits over and over. Eventually, the metal just snaps. Should I have woken them? Reprimanded them? Or offered them assurance? I've heard about the pressure they've been under lately. Maybe the best thing is a few days away from all this.
Don't worry. Lucilla and I will take care of it.
Thank you, Mentor.
Be at the square by 8, the one we passed earlier. Got some intel to share. Okay. Any recs on what to order? Lucilla went back to her office to take care of something. Get the cheap ones so you can toss them without feeling guilty. That bad? Now I have to try them. Hang in there, Mornier. You got this.
Attention all Academy students.
You have my deepest respect. Working in this food desert takes a special kind of fortitude.
What did you have for dinner? Or, why is Encore not with you?
I couldn't convince her. She hit me with, "I'm too grown up for school now." But that's fine. I asked President Lucilla to give me some grown-up worksheets. See how she likes those? Huh!
Tell me what happened.
To put it simply, the Exostrider's gone. So, the synchronous program needs to go. Problem is, everyone has a different idea of what to do with those students. And by everyone, I mean President Lucilla versus everyone else. Anyway, the new Federation and the majority of the board want to pull the plug immediately and draft a new teaching plan from scratch. Meanwhile, the executive committee moderates have promised to stay out of it, as long as their nation's synchronists are covered, with either guaranteed support back home or a smooth transfer somewhere else.
Where does Lucilla stand?
She wants to continue the synchronous program.
Continue?
Yup. Confusing, isn't it? Speaking of which, how well do you know her, Rover?
Pretty well.
Oh, I see. I'll be honest with you, Rover. The Black Shores doesn't trust her right now. Between her proposal, her deep new Fed connections, and that evasive attitude, there are just too many uncertainties for us to take on the risk of helping her. At least, that's the conclusion we've reached based on the facts we have so far. But the Bloom Bearers who graduated from Star Torch heard about this and stepped up to endorse Lucilla. That's what changed Shorekeeper's mind.
Wait,
A
Shorekeeper?
teacher who gets that kind of trust from her students. That's pretty impressive.
So, what do you need from me?
Actually, according to Shorekeeper, you are the one really running this audit. So, we need you, acting as both a Star Torch student and a Black Shores auditor, to tell us if Lucilla is solid and what she's really planning.
I want to do something for the Synchronists, but I've also got my responsibility to the Black Shores. I don't think Lucilla would put her students in harm's way, but still. Got it. I'll do what I can to help you.
I should be the one saying that to you. Anyway, we need a plan for how...
Great, another grand plan. Why'd you gotta make everything so complicated?
Oh, what the... how's that?
Hello, Mr. Alto. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to invest in the Exostrider project. I suggest the Black Shores chips in this much. Or you can just patch me through to the collective's board. I'd be happy to handle the negotiations myself.
Is this Imeth? I can't believe she just hacked a Black Shores terminal.
Imeth.
I am being serious. If synchronous degrees get cancelled, my record will say I only finished Roya preschool. Besides, keeping Rebel College around isn't that hard. Get creative. Talk to Chase. Talk to Shorekeeper. The collective's investors can't be tougher to handle than LF1, right? So what if they don't care about your contributions? If they actually want you on their side, they'll have to listen anyway. That's how leverage works.
Oh, okay, Imeth. I see you got plans. Okay. Imeth might actually be a genius.
If we lean on that kind of leverage now, we'll be held to it later. My experience has shown me that it's often better to act as an individual. Since you're planning on the savior career path, I think you'll understand what I mean, Imeth.
Makes sense. Kinda old school thinking, though.
Well, Rover is old.
I need to figure out what Lucilla is really thinking. Then I'll play it by ear. If I want them to protect the Synchronists when I can't, I've got to work inside their system. That's just how this game works. Trust me and Lucilla. We'll find the right way to handle this.
Ha! Alright then. But just so you know, if my school record disappears, I'm renaming the Space Trek Collective to the Imeth Collective.
Honestly, if we let Imeth loose on them, it might actually take some pressure off Lucilla.
But like she said, she's a synchronist too. That just makes her one more person Lucilla has to protect.
Fair enough. But I'm afraid we have less time than we thought. I spotted some new Fed spies back at the station. Lost them on the motorbike. But it won't be long before they track us here. Before Lucilla's next tour begins, let's poke around, see what we can find.
Hold on, give me a sec. Okay, everything should be fine now. My sincerest apologies for the sudden ad that popped up. I don't know why it keeps setting it to automatic when I just had it to manual. Just ran into this issue yesterday. I am so sorry for your stuff being interrupted, everybody. Now to investigate with Alto.
Students run flea markets on campus? I'm starting to get the hype. Wait, isn't that the student who dozed off in class earlier? Come on, let's go over.
If we follow this method, the convergence radius for this series is obviously...
Yes, I'm following.
I'm terrible at explaining this, aren't I?
No, I'm just slow. I'll focus harder.
No, you paid me to tutor you, and I'll make sure you get your money's worth. Here, I'll write down a third way to solve it. Watch how it goes, okay?
Okay.
So that's why she was drowsy in class. She's been staying up late tutoring other students.
Might have to watch a 3-hour story recap for this game. Haven't played it in a while. What's the furthest thing you remember? I might be able to bring you up to speed. Isn't it crazy how Segue lost all 3 of her friends in the span of 3 patches? Navora at 3.2, Denia at 3.3, Rebecca at 3.4. Yeah, it is. It is kind of crazy. Stuff like that in a real school life setting could cause a person to be incredibly depressed. Especially when they're all 3 of them are your best friends and closest friends. Imagine that sort of weight on your shoulders through your school year. Your friends that you went to school with, none of them are basically alive anymore. The Frolova story? Ah, okay. So, the events of the after the events of the Frolova story, we essentially had our Avengers level event, which decided the fate of Renacita, where we had the big Threnodian that was threatening Renacita, basically wanting to drown the entire area and kill all these people. We gather all our allies, including everyone from Septimont, Queen Augusta and Yuno and all the people from Septimont, to come together to bring down this Threnodian and this massive, basically country-ending event. It was magnificent, it was wonderful, and it was the biggest collaboration of every single person that we've interacted with over the course of Renacita's story. We see it to its end, and we also get the reveal of the Grand Master of the Fraxidus, the leader of the Fraxidus, who goes by the name of the Grand Architect. Charon, or Charon, or however you want to pronounce his name, who is an incredibly powerful resonator, and we don't know what his fullest capabilities are, but he has the distinct goal of gaining the power of all these Threnodians in order to usher in a new lament. And we see him for the first time. Segue has a 100% friend fatality rate. But after we get introduced to Charon, we bring things to a close, we subdue the Threnodian that was threatening Renacita, and it's revealed that apparently some of these Threnodians know Abby and call Abby Abraxas. So Abby has an actual deeper history than any of us could have possibly imagined. Of course, it hasn't been touched on yet. And now we are left with even more questions as to who and what the Threnodians truly are and what Abby's relationship to them are. Because what was it? I forget the name of the Threnodian from Renacita, but she says, Abraxas, why have you betrayed us? How could you betray us? And Abby's all like, huh? Abraxas? And we haven't heard about that name or anything related to that since. So, after all that is said and done, we have segue chapters that basically start to usher in the next environment, which leads into lahai-roi, which is a location that apparently Rover, in his past, literally created as an entire academy. He literally wrote the student manual that every student goes by in his past as well. And he also basically became like the guardian of a girl named Imith, whose fate was incredibly sad. But we find out that lahai-roi, which is the environment we're in right now, it's the location of Star Torch Academy, and they're studying something called an Exostrider, which is essentially a gigantic Gundam. But it's a Gundam so huge that if it pulled its sword out from the ground fully, it threatens to destroy all of lahai-roi. Then we also realize that they're trying to open up a gate that goes directly into space itself, allowing space travel and travel across the galaxy. We also learn that there's a space Threnodian threatening not only lahai-roi, but basically the entirety of the planet. We also get introduced to so many new characters. We find out that the Grand Architect is actually secretly masquerading as one of the students in order to encourage more manipulation amongst the students to gain the power of the Exogate and the Threnodian that lies within it. Basically, and it results in the death of numerous students, one of which the Grand Architect decides to wear the face of and basically manipulate students in the background. And we find out that the Grand Architect is incredibly more devious than we could have ever imagined. Stuff happens, we get introduced to so many characters. We learn that Imith was supposed to be, training to become a pilot of the Exostrider, the big Gundam that I told you about. And she overclocks in the process, and she winds up dying. And mind you, we learned that Rover basically cared for her ever since she was a little girl, like a little child. So she's affectionately seen as Rover's daughter, the way that everyone sees Shorekeeper as Rover's wife. So Imith, we go through a whole bunch of trials and tribulations with Imith. Imith basically does everything in her power. She's actually stuck in a loop where she has to relive her life as a kid and then go through to the point and grow up to die in the pilot seat of the Exostrider and allegedly pretty much become a digital ghost. And she's stuck in a loop until Rover breaks her out of it. Now she's still a digital ghost, but she's free of that loop, and now she's just free to live her life within this academy. When that's said and done, we have another student by the name of Denia, who has been essentially been manipulated by the Grand Architect to basically be used as a pawn to sow discord and craziness amongst the students in order to further the goal of the Grand Architect. I'm paraphrasing here, but that's pretty much more or less what it was. And this causes massive harm to her own body, so she only has so much time to live, and in doing so she gets rid of the thing that basically the Grand Architect was intending to use against lahai-roi for his own ends, and she basically affectionately destroys herself in the process, with it being she just disappears. She destroys the very thing that created her, and she's gone now. So all of that, and it culminates, all of that, when, mind you, this is the segue chapter, but everything that happens in lahai-roi culminates in a massive event where we pilot the Exostrider, and go into space to fight and subdue Aleph-1, which is the space Threnodian that I brought up earlier, all in the pursuit of freeing Imith from the digital space before she's completely freed, because beforehand she saved Rover and basically her consciousness was stuck within space itself. She was stuck in space and her body was basically left catatonic with no way of healing it until we have that cataclysmic event where we pilot the Exostrider, fight Aleph-1 in space, subdue it. The Exostrider gains self-awareness and decides, I'm going to seal the Exo Gate behind me so that Aleph-1 cannot be a threat to this planet, this world anymore. So the Exostrider and Aleph-1 are sealed in space in the furthest reaches of space, far away from our world, far away from Solaris-1, our planet. And now we're dealing with the events afterwards, such as Denia and everything we did with Denia, and now we're going through the segue of Principal Lucilla as she's trying to get some funding and keep the school going, because the school's whole purpose was one of the sections of the school's purpose was the study of the Exostrider and Aleph-1 and how to travel into space and have people ready to pilot the Exostrider to go into space. But since both the Exostrider and Aleph-1 are gone, that side of the school's purpose literally is left wide open, and all those students who studied and trained to become pilots literally don't have a purpose anymore. So this is where we're at right now, where the investors are questioning to continue supporting Star Torch Academy, while I keep wanting to say Princess Lucilla, but Principal Lucilla wants to keep things going and has enlisted the help of an auditor from the Black Shores. Mind you, Principal Lucilla does not know that Rover is the head of the Black Shores. So we're currently going through a tour right now in order for lahai-roi's academy to still be open, those students to still have a place to study, while trying to work our way through getting the new Federation's, not really getting through the new Federation's approval, but making it so that people from the new Federation don't have reason to not see Star Torch Academy as worthy of the time of the students that they have here. So, too long didn't read. A lot has happened. A lot of foes have been subdued. A lot of allies have been gained. And we have witnessed Rover go from being a visitor on Jinzhou to literally fighting a space-level entity with a giant Gundam. A giant, almost moon-spanning Gundam in a climactic battle that basically sealed this giant planet-threatening space alien from killing everyone. And now we're dealing with the aftermath of that. Now, after having said all of that, there are still some major plot points that I have more or less glossed over. Actually, you know what I can do? You know what I can do? I said all of that, but I think there's a way that I can actually help you out with that. You said that you stopped at the Frolova story. I know exactly what I can do to help you out. Let's get through this speech first, because I probably should have done that ahead of time instead of spending the past 5 minutes, paraphrasing. I can literally give you an entire synopsis and show you what has happened. So let's actually get through this conversation first. Perfect! Okay. So let's go over here to quests, and let's go right here. Here we go. So that's Huanglong. We got Renacita. So let's go through, let's just look through this list. So let's see, Flames of Heart, that's Lupa, Dreamcatchers in the Garden. Yeah, I wouldn't have imagined the story becoming a mecha. I appreciate this recap. Shadows of Glory, where's the Frolova one? Rust, let's see, By Sun's Burning Hand, Moon's Faded Light, The Bygone Shall Always Return, Dawn Breaks on Dark Tide, Stranger in a Strange Land, Stagnant Dawn on Wastelands. Ah, this is it. Okay. While searching for the residual energy of the Threnodian, you are struck into the sea by Fenrico and saved by Frolova. To reach your goal, you decide to work with her temporarily. Inside the Sonoro, the Sonoro, she created the Beyond. You learn about her past and that you once broke a promise to her. Alright? In Fenrico's final moment, the lantern wakes him from the Threnodian's control. He sacrifices himself to seal the gateway to the journeying paradise and stops the dark tide. But the gem holding the Threnodian's power is taken by the Fraxidus. Okay, so that's Dreamcatchers in the Secret Garden. Then we move on to Septimont, which is Rust's sword and the sun. I should have done this. I actually should have done this. I am so sorry. At a tavern, you meet the traveling poet Nestor, who shares with you A4 Augusta's stories. Before rising to power, she was an ordinary girl with no outstanding gift, yet she grew through countless trials to seize the championship and claim victory and glory. At the same time, Augusta and Yuno have readied themselves for the hunt in the Sanguis Plateaus. Okay? That's Rust, Sword, and the Sun, by Sun's Burning Hand. Augusta invites you to join her on the hunt, but when you fight the Dark Tide entity, the False Sovereign, an unseen force intervenes, causing the attempt to fail. To stop the Dark Tide from spreading, you track the False Sovereign to Moomer's town. There, you and Augusta fight side by side to bring it down. The Dark Tide then subsides, and you recover the Relic of Imperator. But, as you savor your victory, Cristoforo is already plotting his next move. That's by Sun's Burning Hand. By Moon's Faded Light. After the successful hunt of the False Sovereign, you discover everyone except you has forgotten about the existence of Yuno. The people attribute every one of her past deeds to you. To bring Yuno, who vanished into the moon, back to existence and rewrite her ending, you follow the guide of her bracelet and head off to the chaos, as suggested by Avidius and Lilibet. Finally, you anchor her amidst the chaos and bring the unwritten future back to Septimont and to her. The bygone shall always return. Raguna comes under attack by the Dark Tide, its creations appearing across the city. Avidius joins you in the hunt, but during the pursuit, he gradually uncovers the truth of himself. At the end of his life, he absorbs the Dark Tide and ends the crisis in Raguna. It is then that you realize you have long been secretly corrupted by the Dark Tide and have now become Leviathan's harbinger. To end the crisis once and for all, you set out for Septimont once more with the mysterious Discord Slayer Galbrenna. Dawn breaks on dark tides. An abnormal high tide strikes Septimont. To stem the dark tide, the people of Raguna come to aid the city, and the Black Shores send every bloom bearer still able to fight. Galbrenna goes headfirst into the dark tide. You and your companions soon follow suit and take the plunge carrying the lantern brought by Chuyan. After all the hardship, you finally see the light of hope. You and the people of Renacita together defeat the Threnodian, revived by the gem. Renacita gets the peace it deserves at last. And this is when we get introduced to the Grand Architect of the Fraxidus. A stranger in a strange land. I did this off camera because I forgot to do it on camera. As the Dark Tide closed in, at a personal request from someone in Mingting, Chuyan journeyed to Raguna to your aid. After rescuing an acolyte in Raguna, he traveled to the Fabricatorium of the Deep, where he convinced Fenrico to yield the first relic, a key instrument in stopping the Dark Tide. Then, he arrived just in time for the final battle to deliver the relic to you. After the war, Chiacona recounted Chuyan's deeds in Renacita. You later find Chuyan at the dock as he prepares to depart and express your gratitude. Stagnant dawn on wastelands. With the chain of events at Renacita finally concluded, you return once more to the Black Shores. Unexpectedly, the Tethys system detects a strange frequency and isolates it from it a set of coordinates. As you trace the coordinates, a spatial rift leading to an unknown sonorosphere tears open at sea close to the Black Shores. During the investigation, you are pulled into the rift and soon awaken in a ruined, restless city. And as the situation grows dire, a mysterious black-haired girl appears right before you, who turns out to be a former student of lahai-roi, but got stuck in this rift for almost 20 years. And lastly, most recently, Flowing Starlight in the Iris. You travel to the Black Shores to visit Shisa, only to learn that during her recovery, she had secretly gone alone to Honami City. Burdened by the truth that over 2 decades have passed in the outside world, she feels uncertain about the future. Together, you stroll through Sakura Quarter to ease her mind. Under the falling petals, she bears her feelings to you and gives you your old student ID card along with a carefully prepared gift. To your surprise, you discover you were once a member of Star Torch Academy. Chisha then suggests inviting your friends from the Black Shores to Shasho Cafe to give it a proper opening. Now, mind you, this is the log. This is the log we currently have, but it does not show. It does not show. Actually, you know what? I completely forgot. This is just Renacita. My bad. We still have lahai-roi right here. I'm like, where's our lahai-roi? I forgot it was divvied up. So, after that, we have When the Unknown Thrums. The passage to lahai-roi finally opens. After parting ways with Namipon and Shorekeeper, Chissa and you enter the tunnel in turn. Along the way, you are dragged into a mysterious realm inhabited by a Threnodian. Just as your frequency is about to be consumed, a pink-haired girl appears, rescues you, and sends you back to reality. Upon reaching lahai-roi, you unexpectedly cross paths with a student named Lene. She arrives on her motorbike, helps you escape an attack from a void worm, and brings you safely to your destination, Star Torch Academy. What burns beneath Frostlands? Once you complete the enrollment procedures, you officially become a student of Star Torch Academy. At the Research Institute, you meet Professor Mornier and learn that the Space Trek Collective is preparing for the crucial project New Solar Ceremony. But before long, you are caught up in an incident triggered by Hivatia's sudden malfunction. Lene, present at the scene, becomes an immediate suspect, and together you begin to dig into the truth behind the chaos. Your investigation uncovers Lene's hidden identity and a conspiracy orchestrated by the Fraxidus. In the end, you and Lene lure away and defeat the void worm threatening the Academy, resolving the immediate danger. Yet the masterminds behind the plot remain at large, and their plans are far from over. Ode to the Second Sunrise. As the new solar ceremony approaches, you receive a plea for help, with its sender addressing you as Arbiter. Suspecting a link to the new solar ceremony, Mornier travels with you to Biarter Woods to uncover the truth. There, you discover that the Fraxidus have deceived the Roya tribe into triggering the reactor drive's fall. To ensure the successful launch of the artificial sun Helios, Mornier enters the drive herself. When the dust settles, a new dawn finally rises over lahai-roi. The star that voyages far. After an ambush by the mysterious mech Sigillum, your frequency loss symptoms worsen until Imeth once again comes to your rescue. This digital ghost, visibly only to you, has already died in the past, overclocking to resonate with the Exostrider and protect lahai-roi. Now, to cure your symptoms and help Imeth recover her existence, the two of you journey to the Roya Frostlands. Along the way, you encounter Luke Harrison. At the site where the Exostrider lies dormant, you confront and defeat Sigillum, uncovering the truth Imeth has been hiding and witnessing her to become the savior. All that sunlight touches. After your journey to the Roya Frostlands concludes, you head to the infirmary to discuss the Exostrider plan with Luke Harrison. In his secret workspace, he explains the current status of the Fraxidus and why he has come to lahai-roi. A Fraxidus member has kidnapped the Royan student who once traveled with you, taking her to the abandoned space station. Together, you work to resolve the crisis. During the mission, however, you discover that another Fraxidus agent is still hiding within the Academy, waiting for the new solar ceremony to begin. Confronted by Luke Harrison's words, you accept the candy he offers, and with renewed resolve, you regain your inner peace and determination. What's with that? Luke Harrison! Because it sounds like such a German name that I have to say it loudly, like, you are Luke Harrison! So I can't really say Luke Harrison's name without pronouncing it. Luke Harrison! Und this is Luke Harrison. I can't help it. Even though he's not German at all, it's just Luke Harrison! It's fun to say it that way. But that is all that sunlight touches. Gold suspended in shadows. With the new solar celebration just around the corner, a game mentioned by the Grand Architect of the Fraxidus looms over the Academy like a lurking shadow. Together with Sigrika, you set out to investigate the mysterious frequency in the dark side and unravel the riddles surrounding it. Working together, you managed to defeat the vortex left behind in the dark side, restoring a temporary calm. Yet you can't shake the feeling that more shadows are hidden, waiting beneath the peaceful facade of the evening for you to handle them. Rabbits reflected in shades. After the new solar celebration concludes, Lucilla reveals that the root of the dark side anomaly remains unresolved. During your investigation, she discovers that the trap set by the Fraxidus specifically targets memory-type resonators. Determined to draw the rabbit out, Lucilla volunteers to act as bait, but doing so means confronting her own vulnerabilities. However, Lucilla has learned to face her past with honesty long ago. She breaks the illusion and, with your help, captures the rabbit. In doing so, the root of the dark side anomaly is finally eliminated. Wishes in the Bell. Before setting out on the mission to defend the Demir Plains, Hiyuki travels alone to Honami. While helping the Black Shores deal with unresolved matters about the Left Behind, she also searches for traces of the previous Miko of Flaming Sakura. There, she unexpectedly runs into the Grand Architect of the Fraxidus. Even when faced with the Grand Architect's incendiary speech, Hiyuki keeps her blade sheathed. Starlights from Yesterdays. After the Darkside incident, the Fraxidus' real intentions remain unclear, and the void matter beneath lahai-roi seems to be stirring again. With the help of Lucilla, Luke Harrison, and others, you secure a chance to speak directly with the head of the Space Trek Collective. In the end, he gives you the green light to activate and pilot the Exostrider. The road there is anything but easy, but with the help of everyone, you drive back Aleph-1 from deep within void space and bring Imeth home. This time, the story written across lahai-roi and across the past itself becomes one that leads toward the future, a story in which the world saves its hero. Wishes in the Bell, Epilogue. Hiyuki raises her blade to bid farewell to the Left Behind of Honami and to Lady Gyokuro, the former Miko of Flaming Sakura. Seeing Hiyuki's resolve, Gyokuro leaves her with one final blessing, that she no longer remain bound by fate, but step into a spring of her own as an ordinary person. Beneath a melting night sky. Denia, who was taken into custody after the final battle, has now awoken. The Space Trek Collective hopes to cooperate with her and entrusts you with the negotiations. After speaking with her, you strike a bargain. She agrees to help the Collective and tell you what she knows about the Grand Architect, and in return, you spend her birthday with her at the Academy. That night, Denia finally tells you the truth about who she really is. There is no easy answer to her situation, but you speak from the heart, and that gives her the courage she needs. And this is where we're currently at right now. We choose the sky, dealing with the results of all of our actions. So that's currently where we're at right now. I really hope that helped you get you up to speed, even though there's a lot more content and a lot more context as to all of those events since the Frolova story.
You're telling me you've modified every bike here? That's insane.
Wow, Waleo's been in the Expedition motorbike program since day one. These bikes here are basically his family.
Soulmates.
So, what do you say, Auditor Alto? How about you order 10 as a starter pack?
10 soulmates sold in a pack.
I heard you test drove the Academy stock model this morning. With the rain the last 2 days, Probably felt a little slip on the turns, yeah? Try this one. I tweaked the ABS and TCS myself. You could take this straight to a pro race. No problem.
No wonder you were sleeping in class. Up all night in the garage?
No, the bikes have been ready for weeks. Last night I was just saying goodbye to them.
Oh, well that's depressing. I'd feel bad buying them now.
This helped a lot, thank you. I actually came back because of the Cyberpunk update. Oh, you mean the Cyberpunk Peak update? Because that is by far one of the smoothest, coolest, and most well-done collaborations I have ever seen for a gacha. The Cyberpunk collab was amazing.
Hands off, you little...
Never!
Please don't fight, you two. Maybe I'll just check out the other stalls.
Don't go, Chisa. You've got a real eye for quality. This piece was meant for you.
No, it isn't. She's just a prep student. She doesn't know anything about quality.
Excuse me? The audacity! Just begging for a smack, aren't you?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the mechanics, but I can see that this device's internal structure is finely crafted. From the external casing down to the internal wiring, the structure and circuitry are meticulously designed. Someone put their heart into this.
It's the best thing you'll find in the market, isn't it?
Yes, the best.
Thank you. That means more to me than you know. Honestly, if we want fundraising today, I'd just give it to you. But tell you what, I'll give you 20% off.
No! 6 years, Li Xian! 6 years of your life! Just to sell it for nothing?
For nothing? I'll tell you what nothing is, little brother. It's having nothing to show for the past and nothing waiting in the future. That's nothing. Look around, Li Heng. We are synchronists. Synchronists who had the most resources but never became the chosen one for the Exo Strider. We've achieved nothing. But if we drop our stupid pride and try to support the students coming up behind us, then we can still be worth something.
You want to support them, sure. But who's gonna support you?
Me. I will support you. Nothing to show? I refuse to let anyone write your epitaph before your work's even been seen. Nothing waiting? You all have me. I, Lucilla, president of Star Torch Academy, will always stand with you. Even if the whole world turns its back. Even if I have to do it alone. Oh, and by the way, we just landed a very generous sponsor. The new research fund will arrive tomorrow.
That means...
That means pack up this stall. Unless you want to sell your hard work at a loss.
President for the win!
Chief Alto, it was you, wasn't it? You're the sponsor.
Huh? Well...
Thank you, Chief Alto. Thank you, You're the best. You're the best.
Ugh, impudent little hamster. Really? Using a crisis to haggle me down to wholesale? Just had a bit of a tiff with a rather difficult partner.
She closed a deal in a single afternoon? That must have been a hard bargain.
Show concern.
I appreciate it, but if a teacher needs her students to worry about her, she's already failed. Let's just keep it between us, hmm?
Sorry, Professor. We were out of line.
Out of line? For defending your work? That's not something to apologize for. You're braver than I ever was. Listen to me, Li Xin. This pioneering spirit of yours, in all of you, it deserves to be seen by more people. Don't ever let go of it.
I won't.
Oh, and maybe go a little easier on your brother. He's running out of brain cells to lose.
Professor, there's something I should tell you.
About Lenny and the others skipping class? Don't worry. I've already been briefed on their whereabouts. So, Mr. Alto, shall we move on to the evening's special viewing?
Whoa. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's head to our next spot.
So they turned the reading room into a workshop. Not bad. Kids know how to hustle.
Why does it look spooky, though? Why is lights flickering? And where's everybody at? Oh, there you are.
Lenny, you broke our little promise. I'm heartbroken, you know.
I promised to show off the Synchronists Club projects. You really think that scrap you wanted me to parade around was gonna win over a single investor? This is what a win looks like. All-terrain, self-propelled artillery. AI-driven multimodal autonomous defense system? Best part is, full augmented resonance effect control. Means zero electromagnetic interference. You could drop this thing in the middle of the etheric sea, and as long as I'm still breathing, I'm still piloting. Auditor!
Present!
If you keep funding synchronous research, then this goes into mass production in 1 year. No, 6 months!
That sounds like crunch time.
Mass production?
I know, hard to believe, but just let us show you!
No. That's not what I meant. It's just that the Black Shores isn't a mercenary group.
But it cuts through tacit discords like a hot knife through butter.
We kind of don't want to make it too obvious that Rover works with Black Shore, so let's wait for Lucilla's reply.
I've got this. Remove the safety, Lenny. Let's give it a test. Be careful.
Activate!
That vehicle.
Watch out!
Gotcha. Perfect lighting. Are you all right?
Sorry, Professor. Mr. Alto, and club leader Lenny. I lost control. I'm really sorry.
Nana, please contact Dr. Luke to check on them. Are you all right, Lenny? Go get yourself patched up in the infirmary. I'll handle the rest.
Your work is amazing. Really, a lot of potential.
I agree. And I'm not just blowing smoke, Lenny. Controlling delicate equipment through pure resonance is an ability only you synchronists possess. This technology has huge potential, especially if you, maybe lose the terrifying weapons?
But it's too late now.
It's never too late. I've been talking to new partners. There are many who still want to support us.
We are here to strive for the future of civilization. Star Torch Academy will be the cradle for synchronists and the vanguard of our collective hope. That's what my admission letter said. That's what I believed. I knew I was signing up to be one of the Exostrider's 1,000 backup pilots, a spare part, an appendix to a civilization's appendix. And I never regretted it. Strive for the future of civilization? Professor, is it true that no one cares about us now that the Exostrider is gone?
I care.
Professor! Professor!
I used to think this whole synchronous thing was just shuffling students from one class to another. But I get it now. These kids, they aren't fighting to keep their synchronous privileges. They're fighting to protect the synchronous mission.
That mission comes with a lot else at stake.
And this academy was a global initiative from the start. Nations and countless people invested in it. That's the bedrock of this place, and the bedrock of what it means to be a synchronist. That gives everyone a stake, even if they don't benefit from the synchronous program directly. They deserve to ask questions, and they deserve the chance to be won over.
Fair point. Besides, touching stories won't be enough to sway the review. Without the Exostrider, the synchronous program is just a drain on their resources.
I don't think Lucilla is the type to wager on sentiment alone. She's definitely holding her plans close to her chest.
Asking for our help while keeping secrets? Or is there some other explanation? Either way, ball's in your court, Rover. Our undercover auditor.
I'm sorry for the incidents today.
Please, don't be. It was a rewarding day. Those young synchronists left a great impression on me. Speaking of which, is Lenny gonna be all right?
She's fine. Dr. Luke is taking her to the infirmary. And at this hour, allow me to walk you to your room.
Oh, no need for that. Dr. Luke showed me the way earlier. Actually, you look like you're the one who could use a rest. Rover, why don't you walk the president back instead?
All right then. See you tomorrow morning.
Nice little story. I like this.
I need to stop by the conference hall before heading back. Care to walk with me?
Sure.
The animation of clothing moving and whatnot is very good.
When was the last time you slept?
Ugh, can't remember.
The last time you ate?
I did keep track of that. What's the weather like at the Black Shores?
It doesn't really change much.
And the food?
A bit better than what we get here.
Just a bit. My students who join the Black Shores barely write to me. Even when they do, they never mention their daily lives. If I do get a sudden call out of nowhere, it's just, "Professor, I have a question." Adorable little gremlins, all of them. As long as they're safe. That's what matters.
To the conference hall we go. People with capes will probably be amazing. I'm shocked we don't have anyone with a cape in this game. We get people with big jackets, but no capes. Or long flowing dresses, or long flowing robes, but we don't get no capes.
When are you going to start?
Start what?
Fishing for intel? That Mr. Alto must have put you up to it, right?
She's very intuitive. That's that women's intuition right there. I was waiting for you to tell me yourself.
We could have just cut to the chase.
Rover, would you let the Black Shores compromise its founding mission of fighting the Lament to get tangled up in superpower politics? Just for my sake? I asked myself yesterday if I really knew you. Turns out, I don't. And I kept going back and forth on what role you should play here. This situation isn't noble, isn't just. It's just businessmen and politicians squabbling over a slice of the pie. But I want this to be a collaboration between Star Torch and the Black Shores. Not because we're friends, but because it makes sense. I put you through this detour because I was afraid that if I asked you directly, you'd just say yes to helping me. So I wanted you to see it for yourself. Judge it with your own measures. That way, when you go back to your people, you can tell them if Lucilla is worth trusting, and if these synchronists are worth fighting for.
Rover, are you still with the President? Change of plans. The new Federation caught wind she was rallying support and moved the review up.
To win.
Tomorrow morning. Technically, that's in 3.5 hours.
Classic New Fed. They probably had a review panel parked outside lahai-roi for days, just waiting for the Black Shores to show.
How'd they win over the other member states and round up representatives so quickly?
Space Trek Collective budget bylaws. Because the new Fed is a permanent member and rotating chair, they only need half the members to abstain to control the outcome. They likely had this review rigged before it was even proposed.
Gear up, President Lucilla. We'll see how the review plays out and take it from there.
3.5 hours. That's plenty of time. Let's go.
Where to?
The second half of the tour.
New Fed trying to shut them down. Okay. You're on my hit list now. We gotta watch the new Federation. Because I feel out of all the places we've been to and all the locations, this is the one that's actually trying to be vindictive. On purpose. Which paints a picture that this is probably a place where the Fraxidus have a stronger tie.
About how you dragged me into your plan? Or the things you're still not telling me?
My. Oh, sorry. Call it a teacher trying to keep on her mask? You're still my student on paper after all.
It sounds like you're saying I can just sit back and enjoy the show.
Bet that's not something you get to do every day, is it?
I didn't expect there to be a place like this beneath Rebel College.
Before Sundermere Base was built, this was a research facility for augmented resonance effects and void storm countermeasures. It's been decommissioned for years. The executive committee told me I could do whatever I wanted with the space. So I used my forte to do some light remodeling.
Memories of my students that should exist only in my mind. Here, they become real. A tangible piece to display. We still have some time. If you're interested, feel free to look around.
Interesting. A physical manifestation of her memories? With her forte.
You're using your forte to do all this? How long did it take you to create this?
However long it took, it was worth it. So the ones who stay don't just stay, and the ones who leave don't just leave.
Tard A unit. Procrastinate all you want. Absolutely no action taken even past the deadline. All tardiness allowed and all consequences acknowledged. That's the Tard A unit for you, the little-known prototype model of the Tard E unit. Solaskin. With the help of the shepherds, our team finally completed a full scan of the Solaskin. Ah, Solaskin, you're so adorable. I'm sorry I wanted to catch you with a net gun before. Amiya. Gossip TV. The strongest moniker in history, crafted by the troublemakers of the Department of Exostrider Engineering. When faced with unauthorized snooping, it unleashes full firepower. May all traitors explode, retired after seriously injuring allies. So an exploding TV. Yep, exploding TV. I guess I can't mess with that. Oh well.
The exhibits we're looking for are here.
Huh? Behind the wall?
Don't forget, this is my memory palace. Naturally, memory locks require memory keys to unlock. Allow me to demonstrate. This fancy trick only works in this little domain of mine.
Perfect timing, family just pulled up, and I can read the tutorial when I get back. Hold tight, everyone, I shall return. I am back. Okay, let's continue. Kitty, it is good to see you. If you hear me in the background, yes, hello. Ramil, if we have a motorbike in lahai-roi, the next region in 3.5 better be us web slinging. I think logistically it's probably best if they make sure the game can run smoothly before they have us zipping around an entire area like Spider-Man. I think because after Star Torch Academy, after lahai-roi, I think it's best if the new Federation place, if that's the next place we're going, if it is smooth overall, because Star Torch Academy does suffer from frame drops pretty often, especially today. You can definitely notice it today. Despite the stream being at 1080p 60 FPS, there is still noticeable frame drops. So I would like for them to optimize the frame rate of the game before they start introducing new traversal methods. Because I think over time, the smoother the game is, the better it feels to play and the more likely people are to entertain it. Frame rate is everything. I know people like visuals, but frame rate is everything. Photo of the exhibition hall's central area. A backdoor Lucilla crafted for herself using her power. Very few know how to use it correctly. Okay. Also, Kitty, another thing. I managed to pull President Lucilla and her weapon using the last bit of currency and the last bit of resources I had available to me. So I am incredibly happy today that I got one of the newest and coolest resonators to ever be shown off. Aside from Lucy and Rebecca from Cyberpunk, but that's a whole nother matter altogether. Projector. Lucilla can use her Forte Memory Palace to project her memories on the corresponding projectors. Drag the photos to the target area to project the memory into reality. You are it's like a domain expansion, but it affects real space, like Sukuna's. Ooh. Domain expansion. Memory Palace. That's cool. No, hold up. That's actually cool. That is actually cool. Wait a minute. What is that game where you take a photo and it alters the space where you're taking photos in? I think, hold on. It's one of the free games on PlayStation. Hold on. Wait a minute. PlayStation Plus. It wasn't called Subliminal. It was called something else. Viewfinder. That's what the game was called. Yeah, this game. I never played Viewfinder, but you essentially can take photos of different places, sections of a level, and it will actually change the layout of the level depending on your photo. Like the angle you take it at, it's like that, but this is cool. Apologies, Mr. Kyushu. Kitty is currently driving. I will speak on her behalf. Inanis! I know that type of speech anywhere. I completely understand. Y'all's safety is way more important than just immediately responding to me.
Of course.
It's good to hear from you again, sir.
What is it?
This is the very reason I built this exhibition hall in the first place. Professor, do you trust me?
Lucilla? You spaced out there. Are you alright?
I'm fine. Just had a dream that only lasted a few seconds. Rather fascinating.
Maybe it's a good idea to rest before the review starts.
Don't worry. I promise you I'll crash the second this is over. But right now, we must bring these exhibits with us.
Will a few exhibits be enough to sway them? She usually knows exactly how to sell anything. So why does she look so hesitant now?
Thank you for your trust. I know you have 1,000 questions burning in your mind. How will she handle the new Fed? What's her plan for the Synchronist with the Exostrider gone? Forgive me for not having the answers just yet.
I know you'd never harm the students. That's the only answer I need.
Terrible timing for a compliment, Rover. Anyway, let's take these 2 exhibits and... See you soon, Professor.
Some kind of force pulled us down here. Do you know where we are?
If my memory serves, we're directly beneath the exhibition hall. This way.
Okay, we're still maining Lucilla. I feel the memories of Lucilla are gonna come out here, and we'll learn a lot more about her. You just know Rover's knees hurt when you do that superhero landing. It's murder on the knees. But given the fact that Rover clashes with godlike beings on a literal update basis, him being able to survive a superhero landing, it's nothing new.
A synchronous cockpit. Was this the prototype?
It looks the part, but this was actually our plan B. Designed without safety limiters to get sync rates up quick. Let's a synchronist pilot the Exostrider by force. I know. It was meant as a last resort if civilization was staring down extinction. The project was terminated after the initial trials. The Synchronists who volunteered. In the end, they lost their ability to resonate with the Exostrider ever again. What our students are facing now isn't new. I just hope I can do better by them this time.
Any idea how we find our way out of here?
Photos. Lucilla preserves her memories in the form of photos. Locate and use the corresponding projectors to project them.
With our eyes open, the key should be somewhere here.
Give me a sec. And I am back again. Photo of the old Research Institute. A photograph taken while the old institute was still operational. For its owner, it serves as a memento, the unpleasant kind. Okay, we have a way of changing this space. That is so cool how you... Oh, that is so cool. That is actually really cool. Now it makes me want to play a viewfinder.
What's happening?
Something rather unpleasant, I imagine.
Lucilla?
Fine, no more jokes. Honestly, anyone watching would think you're the one facing the board. There, I know the way out. Remember what I told you before entering the dark side? About the memories I erase periodically that can never be recovered? Some things I can't bear to remember, but I also can't bear to forget. So I store them here. Looks like some of them are tired of being locked up. Rover, look up. The exit is right above. We can use this key to leave, but I need your help to get there.
Exit key. A key marked with the exit of Lucilla's memory palace. To escape the shackles of memory, one must first put them on.
Everything here is from my memory, but I know you are real. And wherever you are, that must be reality.
I understand. I'll be your reference point. But what about that girl? Are we just leaving her?
Rover, do you have any experience dealing with children? Tell me, what makes a child the most flustered when they're playing hide and seek?
I see.
Now, come along. Let's treat this little escape as a warm-up for the review. Let's pick up the pace. Welcome to the Anti-Void Matter Materials Lab. It's where they first developed the materials for the Academy's anti-void canopy.
What's all of that in the center of the room?
The scrap of the day. Even the best recycling can only keep up with so much. Let's look around to see if there are any leads.
Corrosion test report residue. Number 8025. Coating failed after 159 hours and 45 minutes of exposure. Number 8026. Coating failed after 133 hours and 15 minutes of exposure. Number 8027. Failed after 44 seconds of exposure. Professor, is this student here to mess around? Anti-Void Material Lab keepsake photo. A photo taken before a certain individual left the lab. For some reason, they didn't take it with them, choosing instead to carry away something far more precious.
I have the photo. Now, where is the right spot projected?
I would say the center of the room. Tainted photos. Some photos have been smeared due to contamination. Drag the two calibration bars to the correct positions to restore the photos.
for class.
That's crazy. Do a perfect shot and you instantly defeat the enemy. Now, I'm pretty sure this is just for this instant, because if that was out there in actual combat, that would be absolutely correct. Now I'm starting to see what you said, Ramil, by her being able to manipulate reality. Corrosion test residue. We are students of this vegetation. We are students of lahai-roi. We are students of nature. Perfect pick is all I need.
Is this artificial retroact rain?
Dear me, this is but a pale imitation. Among the synchronists who survived the experiments, there was one from Jinzhou. Once he realized he'd never resonate with the Exostrider, he returned home and joined the Ministry of Development's Defense Division. There, he and his colleagues worked together to develop Jinzhou's retroact rain defenses.
You're saying the shields against retroact rain and void storm share the same origin?
Not exactly. His approach didn't work on void storms at all, and it was discarded long ago. Before he left the academy, the only things he asked to take with him were a few sheets of material buried under that pile of junk. I often wonder, was he just reluctant to let go of his design? Or had he already mapped out how to protect his hometown?
The girl who trapped us here. She must be trying to show us something through this memory.
Seems I've been getting schooled by my own students a lot lately. Let's go. It's time to move on to the next classroom.
I wonder who this person was. Reclaim the shield model. This looks awfully familiar. Very familiar, even. This is the mountains over in the desert in the mountain region of Jinzhou. And that is the giant stone Threnodian we had to fight at the beginning of the game.
Do you want to stop and take a rest?
Not even close.
It doesn't take long for them to correct their steps when they go up steps, animation-wise.
What's wrong?
Stay where I can see you, Rover. We've wandered into an unpleasant memory. It's far too easy to get lost in here.
It doesn't look like there's a way to cross the barrier ahead.
I have an idea. Rover, just go with me on this, all right? Rover, can you step a little to the side?
Like this?
perhaps a step forward. Maybe a step back. All right, this is the last one. Let's see that handsome smile.
And now we smile.
Has anyone ever told you that you're not the most photogenic?
They have now?
No more teasing. This shot will have to suffice.
There should be a console around. Follow my instructions to disable the security system. First, initiate emergency mode. Type in LI0OI1L. Then select lift restrictions and you're good to go. Trying to see what that reads out in leet speak. Alright, access granted. Now we can keep moving. I love gorillas! I hope your day has been good.
Your daughter isn't sick. She has awakened her full skeleton. Lucy will never become a resonator.
I don't want to be a resonator! No!
Lucy!
Lucilla? Not good. Without a reference point, she's getting pulled into the deep end of her memories. I need to find her before too much time passes.
Diagnosis 1. The test results show the subject's tacit mark is located on the outer side of the right calf. According to the patient's family, the subject awakened her forte at a birthday party after receiving a camera as a gift. Diagnosis 2. Test item. Rebel's curve fluctuation stability test. Test results. The subject's Rebel curve shows elliptical fluctuations with a stable time domain. It demonstrates slight abnormal fluctuations. Conclusion. The subject shows no risk and has no history of overclocking, but exhibits long and short-term memory impairments common in memory-type resonators. Observation in the hospital is recommended. Are you hanging in there all right? I could ask you the same. Let's regroup ASAP. Agreed, the space here seems to be constantly shifting. We'll need to rendezvous in a memory vivid enough for me. Keep this photo I'm sending over. Find a suitable place. You know what to do. And keep your wits about you, Rover. Don't get yourself lost in a memory. Okay, we have a new memory to use. That's a big phone. Are we sure this isn't a tablet? See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Just the act of taking a photo and then it becoming a place you can explore. That is so cool.
Are you still there, Lucilla?
Yes.
Then why aren't you answering?
What do you want me to say?
Well, you could say okay, or I understand. This is the perfect moment. While our opponents are spread too thin, we take the reins. Just like the time you became president. Don't worry about the narrative. We'll play the villain. You just act tough, rope the independent auditor in, and we'll force another round of review. You fight hard. We express our concerns, and then we both take a step back. As long as we ensure our control over the future of the Synchronous program, nothing else matters.
And what do you want from my students?
Simple. We both get what we want. They have talent, and we help them achieve their dreams. And it'll be their choice.
Their choice? Whose dreams are we really achieving?
It will be their choice, Lucilla. My Lucy, I won't speak of your past choices. But tell me, has there been a single choice that wasn't your own?
I still refuse.
There. Just like that. Act tough. Fight hard. And then we both take a step back at the review.
From the Academy to the Pioneer Association, then to the Space Trek Collective, and now here. No wonder I was never cut out to be president. Watch out. That's me from the dark side. I use this memory to trap her. When are you going to tell him, Professor Lucilla? President Lucilla, that you've already made a deal with the new Federation? Let's go. You think you can outrun yourself, Lucilla?
I could say I need to know the truth, or I trust Lucilla. That's enough. I mean, we're gonna find out the truth anyway. We're gonna find out the truth anyway. Also, Kitty, you say I desperately want that. A camera that allows you to take pictures and then you can change the environment around you into that picture that you took. Like make a section of space that part of the photo that you saw. Yeah, that would be kind of cracked. All you would need is just a nice image of the beach at the most perfect time of day, and then you get to use that section and like attach it to your backyard or in your home, or take a picture of a cave full of diamonds, and it's just packed full of it, and then you can just walk in there and take a piece off. That is reality bending and reality warping. It would be sick though. I'm just being real with you. It would be it would be awesome. But you could never tell anyone that you have it. Anybody. I trust Lucilla. That's enough.
Before the meeting starts, I need you to take the time to fill me in on what's really happening.
Thank you. I promise I'd never let the new Federation lay a single finger on my students. But that's just her wishful thinking. A moth to the flame, daring the sky with wings of wax. Your students will die because of you. Let's leave this place, Rover.
You could have erased this memory. Why keep something so dangerous locked away?
To keep the sting fresh. A sharp reminder of the cost of slipping up if I ever get too comfortable in the Academy's peace.
That's one way to keep yourself reminded. You had her at caves. Yeah, think about it. Your favorite caves, rock formations, or cave with your favorite rock formations. It can be both. And you just have it in your backyard that you get to enjoy. Or a part of your house that you get to enjoy. And since it's spatial distortion, you don't need to worry about it, causing any instability to your own home. Kind of like how Dexter's lab was essentially a giant city-sized laboratory behind his bookcase in his 2-story home in literally suburban America. As vast as it was, it didn't actually change the makeup of the house or even shifted the weight of the house.
Yes, I'm here. Of course. Proceed as planned. Bye-bye.
Because she actually can't carry on a conversation while she's in the middle of a mission right here. Henry, started your One Piece manga collection today. Congratulations. Oh, ooh. Okay, there's stairs leading up here, so I think it's best if we come over here.
Let it go, Lucilla. Face what you know is reality.
Do you realize how creative someone has to be in order to consistently create little elements like this? Just these little touches and nuances of environmental changes. This is something AI could never achieve, and it actually holds weight on the level of a human being's creativity. That's the reason why. That's the reason why we need people making games right now. We need people making games. Because AI can't create anything like this.
Step into this room. Time flows here, silent and peaceful. The Academy is alive and thriving. We've come so much further than I ever dreamed. I wish you were here to see it.
Her power is busted, ain't it? She literally created a domain expansion with her own memories and is thus able to manipulate anything inside of this space. You were right, Ramil. Her ability is indeed cracked. Not only that, but when you're fighting enemies, it literally says get perfect focus and you instantly defeat them while inside of your own memory palace. Just insta-kill enemies. And the thing that everyone needs to understand is that she fights with a camera. We've had people fighting with a music baton We've had people fighting with literally a jellyfish, because that's Cantarella. We got people with swords and big old powerful guns made out of crystal. But Lucilla is literally using a camera phone to fight. And then when she goes super, she turns into Yor from Spy Family. Lumi, yeah, that's another one. Lumi literally fighting with a hamster. And Encore fighting with autonomous living plushies. Some of these people in this game fight in ways that should not be possible, and yet they're overpowered when you truly think about, you know, how their powers affect them in real life. Many of these resonators in this game have powers that go beyond just being, you know, like demi-humans or demigods. This is being able to manipulate an environment to your liking. That, and then have your memories become real in reality. And you can literally manifest them in real space. That is godlike power. Hey, Ant! I'm on break at work in a moment. Just wanted to say you're an awesome person. I'm being quick with this because you're on break. I'm on break right now. I just wanted to say you're an awesome person, and I'm glad I found you this year. Thank you. Have a great sesh. Well, thank you, Ant. I hope the rest of your work after your break is smooth, and if it isn't, then I pray that when you get home, you get such much needed and wonderful rest. I appreciate the compliment. Hope you enjoy your stuff with the stuff that I do in general. Damaged photo of student dorm. A photo of an ordinary student dorm. The paper appears to have been gripped tightly, leaving the surface creased and mottled. So we're gonna have to adjust it before we start shifting environments entirely. Space Trek Collective Personnel Transfer Reply. President Lucilla, after board deliberation, your request to resign from Star Torch Academy has been denied. We understand that you're going through a difficult time, but the students need you. We need you. Also, to take in consideration the fact that the lady on the phone, I have a good idea of who that person is. And it's the person I said I had a bad feeling about when I saw her photo when we first went to Lucilla's office at the beginning of the stream. Now, I'm not moving. I am not moving at all. And now I move. And now that's a space we can run into. That is so cool! Oh, that is so cool. It just looks like a photo. Well, I'm standing here. Like I'm trying to slowly walk back over there, but this room doesn't allow me to. That was just a whole picture that we just took. And now it's a room we can just go into. That is so cool. Accident report. Considering the impact of this accident, the board has decided to raise the confidentiality level of this project. The investigation results will not be made public. Additionally, all ongoing and previously reported projects must undergo a second review by the Space Trek Collective expert panel.
The accident report is indisputable. Cable insulation failure leading to flight control abnormality. But the truth is simpler. I approved the plan. I killed her.
Yellowed photo of student dorm. A photo of an ordinary student dorm. The image was captured slightly out of focus. And we're probably gonna have to refocus it in order to go to the next room. Okay, y'all see this? Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Perspective is everything. And it's not like this. And what makes it so seamless is the fact that it doesn't cause like screen popping or anything to show the level actually coming into being, like the space actually appearing, or let's say any pop-in of it happening. Nothing noticeable. You literally just place it down, and then you move, and it's there, and it's physically there. Like it doesn't need to generate it before you get in there. No screen tearing or momentary blip for it to go from being just a simple wall to being an actual space you could run into. I like understanding the logistics of this, so I find it incredibly fascinating how game developers do this. To Professor. So what if I never become a synchronist? I'll find my own way to the sky. See you soon, Professor.
I wrestled with it for so long. What's a teacher supposed to do when a student dreams something so brilliantly insane? But she chose the sky. And I thought, at least let her have one chance to fall. Aren't you photogenic?
Is that Sundermere? Are we back before the Starward Riseway was even built?
Most of the students who lost their synchronous status in those forced sync trials decided to return home. All but one. She told me it wasn't that she'd lost the Exostrider. The Exostrider had lost her. She said she designed a revolutionary transport method. A rocket piercing the sky. A way to bridge that sky and the Earth. This was the day she tested it. Her first crewed flight.
Then that wasn't a falling star. It was...
a spacecraft. Carrying the most brilliant student I've ever known.
To Sundermere Lookout. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes.
The weather couldn't be more perfect today. Oh, and I just saw a super huge solaskin. I'll snap a picture for you as soon as I can.
Okay.
Professor? You don't sound like your usual self. Are those investors giving you a hard time again?
No, it's not that. I haven't slept much lately. I'm a little tired. That's all.
Professor, do you trust us?
Hey,
remember that old Huanglong saying? Know the way at dawn and, something at dusk? Ugh, it went right out of my head.
I can't remember it either.
That's okay. I'll look it up and tell you the second the experiment is over. Talk to you soon.
Rover.
From the way it fell, void matter must have pierced the shielding mid-flight. But if we'd reinforced the coating... What kind of civilization do you think built the Exostrider? If they were that advanced, do you think they'd already defeated the Threnodians? Overcome the Lament? But before they reached the stars, they must have fallen too. Again and again. Go. Be our eyes. Walk with humanity. Please, give this to our teacher. Humanity's smallest step. And everything we had to give.
This isn't good.
That was her.
Lucilla!
That was Amiya. She kept having memories of the students she lost. I honestly thought that that little girl was like a young Lucilla because of the similarities of hair color, but no, the eyes were different. And her standing there amongst the wreckage.
Lucilla, wait!
I wish I could hit the sprint button. What the? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, okay.
Lucilla, your emotions are affecting this domain. It's dangerous.
Staying here is the real danger. Oh, we have to leave. Almost there. As long as we keep moving upward, we'll find the way out.
If they kept placing me at the bottom of the steps, I'm gonna think that Dios has something to do with it. Kono Dio da! Sorry, that was loud.
So this is why you wouldn't tell me what your plan was. This way out you've been building for the Synchronists. It's just a dead end, isn't it?
I don't want the new Federation to lay their dirty hands on my students. But the more I think about it rationally, the more I realize I can't reject their offer. Because on what grounds can I propose a plan that might kill them?
I think I know why that girl trapped you here.
What?
You're terrified that your proposal will be their end. You're afraid because you know they'll support any plan you bring to the table. Because you're their teacher. Because no one in this world understands them the way you do.
Another lesson from my own student. Huh. See you later, Rover.
So, where are we going?
I hope humanity can soar even higher.
I hope humanity can venture even farther.
I hope humanity can weather any storm.
Professor, what's your dream? My dream? My dream is simply to see all of yours come true. See you later, Professor. Let's go. Together this time. Past. Step forward.
Oh, we got Lucilla in your mode. And she's staying in this mode. Oh my goodness, she's just devastating this thing. No, that was extended. Was that supposed to be the adversary? Because that was over quickly. My goodness, Lucilla is cracked.
Professor, can you hear me?
I hear you. Loud and clear.
The weather couldn't be more perfect today. Oh, and I just saw a super huge skin.
Yes, I see it too. You're right. It's absolutely huge.
Great. I thought you weren't gonna believe me. Right. I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
A believing heart is magic.
Was that girl another one of your students?
She is every memory I have of this academy. She is every one of my students.
We've come all this way, and I still don't know what your plan actually is.
That's okay. Everyone's about to find out.
Oh?
Tired?
That was an excited yawn, Rover.
Attend the review.
Rover,
Oh.
where are you and Lucilla? The other panelists have all taken their seats. The students, too. Can we really trust this plan of hers? Anyway, I'm leaving the speech to you.
If I...
Then we'll face it together. See you later, Professor.
Time to see what decision befalls Star Torch Academy. Alright, Anonymous, you all be safe, and I shall see you all later. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for stopping by.
President Lucilla, I am Cameron, Permanent Secretary of the Space Trek Collective Board. By appointment of the board, and on behalf of the Investors Conference, I hereby convene this second special inquiry concerning the synchronous program of Star Torch Academy. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Space Trek Collective Charter, President Lucilla, you may now raise any procedural objections regarding the attendees, the agenda, or the draft of this session.
I would like to know the national composition of this review panel, Miss Cameron.
This panel consists of 10 members, all from the new Federation. 5 serve as special representatives, and of the remaining 4 permanent board members, 2 have abstained and delegated their voting rights to the Federation. Additionally, we have Mr. Alto, attending as independent auditor on behalf of the Black Shores.
Then, Ms. Cameron, I believe the current composition of this panel fails to comply with charter regulations governing review committees.
According to the regulations, any participant authorized by a board member shall be deemed to hold the same nationality as that member. The panel's composition is perfectly valid.
Pardon the interruption. If that's the case, then Rover, currently a student at Rebel College, can also be considered a panelist appointed by the Black Shores. Here's the paperwork.
Welcome, Rover.
I have no further questions, Ms. Cameron.
Then, per the agenda, I will now relay the investor's resolution, following our previous inquiry. Given that the loss of the Exostrider constitutes a de facto failure of the program, our immediate priority is to establish a compensation plan for the affected assets and students. Furthermore, the board directs that the synchronous program must be terminated immediately, or at minimum suspended.
My stance remains unchanged, Ms. Cameron. I intend to continue the program.
We require a justification.
Panelists, this is a theoretical prototype for a shield designed to counter retroact rain, created by one of our synchronists. This prototype significantly accelerated the development of Jinzhou's own defenses. It saved countless lives during the war against the Threnodian Overthrax. And yet, the material used in this prototype was originally nothing more than discarded scrap from one of the engineering department's experiments. It was only because its designer was a synchronist, educated in engineering, void matter, and even meteorology, that this material found a second life.
You seem to be arguing for the superiority of general education for the synchronists, President Lucilla. However, general education isn't even included in the program's white paper. I fail to see a link between that and advancing the synchronous program. The shield is an impressive surprise, but given the cost of gambling on such a slim probability, the cost-effectiveness is simply too low.
Ms. Cameron, panelists, how exactly are we meant to measure the cost-effectiveness of failure? As you can see, this shattered component comes from a failed experiment. One that was not even recorded in the Collective's official gazette. A synchronist gave her life as the price for validating her theory. 15 months later, this very component became the final piece for the construction of the Starward Riseway, the bridge between lahai-roi's Earth and the sky. Humanity does not always set out for the sake of victory, Ms. Cameron. Our synchronists know from the day they enroll. No one knows when the Exostrider will awaken, and the odds that they'll be the one to pilot it are slim. Yet they come anyway. They march toward likely failure from the very start. So I ask you, can you truly say that such failure has no value? And how can we call that a failure of the Synchronists, when the Exostrider was the one who banished LF1 from our world?
Secretary Cameron, the Black Shores representative requests the floor.
Proceed.
On the subject of unforeseen benefits from the program, we find ourselves in agreement with President Lucilla. This is a set of disclosable data we've just compiled. A significant proportion of current Black Shore members came from Star Torch Academy. These Bloom Bearers demonstrate exceptional capability, talent, and resolve, traits most prominent among the Synchronists. Furthermore, the Synchronists serve as role models for other students. I believe Rover is better suited to speak on that.
Of course, of course, I gotta be included in this. Synchronists are a living symbol.
The Synchronist program is a search for a way out for our civilization. When we believed the Exostrider was the only route, then those fit to pilot it were the Synchronists. Now that the Exostrider is no longer a viable option, the ones fit to search for a new way out are still our Synchronists.
Yes, which is why I must disagree with evaluating the Synchronist program purely in terms of cost-effectiveness. I urge investors to reconsider the criteria used to measure its value.
We require a discussion. This session is adjourned for 5 minutes.
Let them see your potential. Let them see your value. But that is not enough.
President Lucilla, following the review panel's deliberation, we fully recognize the potential value of the Synchronists as an independent academic division, as well as their role model effect. However, as Rover stated, only those fit to shoulder the burden of finding a new way out deserve the title Synchronist. Therefore, we propose a compromise. Rebel College will be preserved, but all future training must be subject to the guidance and review of this panel. Let's both take a step back, shall we? President Lucilla.
This is it. The final fight, Lucilla. Take a deep breath. Keep your composure. And remember. Everything you regret. Everything that brings you joy. Everything you have lost. Everything you have witnessed. The answer you chase. The treasure you give everything to protect. No, that won't be necessary, Secretary Cameron. The Synchronists of today, they remain the closest thing this world has to a way out for our civilization. After our confrontation with Aleph 1, we recovered this audio recording from the interstellar probe Farwatcher.
It's nothing more than static.
Even so, it is the only legacy the pioneers of Solaris have left us. We are not alone, Secretary Cameron. Just as our ancestors took shelter in caves, just as Star Torch Academy was built in lahai-roi, just as humanity itself endures on Solaris, a brave soul took the first step to claim that future.
I fail to see what this has to do with the Synchronists.
Using Rebel College research,
We can build vehicles driven entirely by augmented resonance. That means complete immunity to frequency interference. And the training our synchronists undergo makes them the perfect pilots for these vessels.
But the Strider Gate has been sealed. Not to mention, whatever lies beyond can hardly be called a route.
Who said civilization's route to the future has to go down?
The stars.
President Lucilla, I'm sure you know, any instrument that nears the etheric sea.
I am well aware of that. However, by relying on augmented resonance effects, the Academy can overcome that barrier.
And if it fails, the cockpit becomes a coffin. Is that a chance you're willing to take?
This is our decision. If the answer lies beyond death, then that's where we go. Just wait and see. My brightest students will pierce the sky for all to see.
First time you locked in when it comes to politics?
The car will be here soon. I could take it from here.
Thanks for everything, Alto. Really.
You! It was a long day. The kind you don't forget, though. Rover, can you pass a message to the president for me? After a speech like that, the outcome doesn't matter half as much. Anyway, chillax. Everything's gonna be all right. Well, catch you at the Black Shores, my friend.
Yeah. Till next time.
Use the velo conduit. And I pressed the wrong thing. Mount Firmament. Why is it going to Scales of the Past? I don't remember having that set.
The lenses convert the reactor drive light into storable
I can give you a ride to the training grounds, but stay away from my sync jack.
In Guanglong's usual dialect, this place's
I can
name
give you a
means
ride to the
this
training
bridge.
grounds, but stay.
But hey, we reached an end to the concern for the review. Now the question is, what happens when we go to a new location? Hiyuki's here. Why is Hiyuki here?
She is not here. She is likely still at the review hall.
Thank you. I'll look for her there.
I'm sorry.
What for?
If I had been more helpful. perhaps the outcome would have been more satisfying.
This was her battle. You and I have already done our best for her.
Go check on her.
Alright, so Lucilla's not in her office. But let's talk to her in the conference hall. And I believe after this, we should be done. And I can say once again, we are caught up to the story. We choose the sky. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave Lucilla. So, the Synchronists still have a place at Star Torch Academy. Instead of it being a pursuit of, you know, the Exostrider and Aleph 1 and anything dealing with the Exogate to get into space, they're gonna find another way. Which means that the Synchronists still get to stay at Star Torch Academy. Even though the committee board, which I feel is biased because so many of them come from the New Federation. Star Torch still gets to keep all their people. And the fact that so many people at Star Torch support President Lucilla is something the New Federation was kind of hoping that they'd be able to strong-arm themselves in. Which means that there's something about, oh my goodness, the New Federation is the new big bad location. But when the moment Caramel, or Carolel, whatever her name is, the moment she said, like, this board is made up of many members from the New Federation, I'm like, that's way too many people from one location that already seems like they're very eager to rob the Star Torch Academy of funding. And I understand logistically what they want to do, and mind you, they say it in a very practical way. They say it in a very business-oriented way, and it does make sense, but at the same time, there is this very pungent air. This very pungent air of, we are willing to, you know, strong-arm you if you can get what we want. Let's see, I mean, in Camellia's quest, it literally shows that in the Black Shores, they have the technology to simply open doors to a different timeline. Remember Camellia's variant, Lady Flora? So now Star Torch Academy continues to exist. The Synchronists still have a place, but the New Federation, The new Federation has made themselves... They've made themselves way more known as someone to definitely watch out for now, simply because of their efforts to try to undermine the Academy itself. That's what I got from it. You know what we can do? Let's come over here to quests. And then go to lahai-roi. And we choose the sky. The disappearance of the Exostrider led investors to question the very purpose of Rebel College. Meanwhile, factions from the new Federation have begun harboring ulterior motives regarding the Synchronists. Inspired by the unwavering faith of her students, Lucilla, as both the Academy President and Students Professor, has chosen the path that best serves their future. A daring breakthrough toward the Etheric Sea. So that's the new goal. To break through the Etheric Sea itself, which we all know to be essentially a domain where if something goes into it, nothing comes out. So that's the new goal. That's the new bout of research, which I think is a worthwhile endeavor, because going up into space, we have seen that it's now possible. But breaking through the Etheric Sea, that's a new endeavor that will definitely require funding. Definitely require some research. Because if the new Federation is trying to use ulterior motives to try and, manipulate Star Torch Academy for their own ends, this probably opens up a brand new avenue for them to try and still use the Academy in order to learn something about the Etheric Sea for their own ends. That's what I'm getting from this. The new Federation cannot be trusted. And the reason why I feel like they cannot be trusted is because they literally sound like a domain where it's a seedbed where the Fraxidus will have an easier time putting their hands in places where they shouldn't be. That's the strongest vibe I get from this. New Federation is probably a place where the Fraxidus will have an easier time to move around. Simply because the people there are more inclined to be shady and manipulative. That's the strongest feeling I'm getting. Oh, here's all the quests that I have. Yeah, I got all these different side quests that I gotta do. All of these. So my goal is to get everything that I'm missing in Huanglong, because I believe I am missing a mission here. I don't know where, though, because I've seen everything. I don't know what mission I could possibly be missing because... Oh, wait, never mind. That's it. Vigil of Endless Night. You obtained a strange device from Chen Pi, who implied it was a key to a long-forgotten secret. Ah, I forgot. I haven't done this yet. This is the last thing I gotta do for Jinzhou. And then I'll have every side mission done within Jinzhou. Like, every major thing done in Jinzhou. Next, I'll work on Renacita. And then lastly, lahai-roi. So I can be fully ready for the next area we're going to. Wait, is that Rover in the background? Is that Rover's face? Hold on, is that Rover's face? But yeah, we did it. That is the newest Segue for 3.4, meaning that the next thing we get is undoubtedly going to be 3.5 for Wuthering Waves. And I believe we could be getting that preview soon. Because there's not too much time in between like a Segue and the next preview before we get told when the next major update for Wuthering Waves is supposed to be. So I am definitely looking forward to that. And this man Rover with his bare body passed through the Etheric Sea. You know, the same thing they told you where things going into the Etheric Sea are just obliterated and destroyed? Wait a minute. You know what I'm surprised of? They don't have a codex. I'm surprised they don't have a codex Because tutorial, new enemies, tutorial, adventure, specialty. I'm surprised we don't have a codex of different terminologies and different terms within Wuthering Waves. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. Like just the information we have on the Etheric Sea. Aside from what we know. All right, cool. Here we go. The Etheric Sea is a planet-wide phenomena born from an anomalous lament event. It now blankets Solaris' sky, cutting the planet off from the rest of the universe and bringing all space exploration to a complete standstill as countless spacecraft were lost with space exploration programs abandoned since many satellites, probes, space stations, and the like fell from their position and become debris upon landing back onto the planet. Research suggests it is composed of extremely high-dense remnant energy. The envelopment of Solaris did not occur all at once, and was slow enough to allow the Corps de Savante to launch the Skyark space station as part of the Etheric Sea initiative to study the sea in the early stages of the post-lament Anthropocene. It is highly dangerous to be caught wherever the Etheric Sea converges, as it forms new tacit fields and disrupts the functions of terminals. The remnant energy makes it a magnet for tacit discords. Condensed droplets of remnant energy may fall from the Etheric Sea, a phenomenon known as retroact rain, and this can be enhanced by the power of a Thernodian. Another property known to the Etheric Sea is defined as Etheric Sea droplets. The droplets exhibit unique quantum properties. Used as a medium, they could help whoever harnesses them into potentially reaching places beyond Solaris 3, such as space, by utilizing them as a gateway. The Skyark space station uses Etheric Sea as its core, though when some dispersed, some space station sectors became unstable. The mass relay device's energy core on board, however, can restore the Etheric Sea droplets disrupted by void matter to a stable state. Hold on, I gotta zoom in these words here. And then put it in landscape mode. And thank you. Okay, much better. Clearing obstacles that block one's path. The Black Shores utilize anchors to observe the Etheric Sea, eliminating the need for building a Nexus Tower in their headquarters. According to the student Chevy and lahai-roi, the Etheric Sea causes a refraction that warps everything in the sky. This causes celestial bodies like the moon to appear differently across the various regions, such as Jinzhou, the Black Shores, and Septimont, making it difficult to tell if the moon and potentially anything else above is even real due to how strange everything appears when looking. That's the reason why the moons and everything look different. When we look at the sky and it looks different depending on the location we go to, it is literally distorting space across the entire planet, and no section of it is the same. Meaning that there are pocketed areas of distortion that shifts how the sky looks depending on the region and location. And we have seen several different versions of the moon when I went across the different regions looking at the night sky that one stream. I think it was like a year ago when I did this. That the Etheric Sea literally shifts and displaces how the sky actually looks at different points on the entire planet at any given time. Let's see. Rover may have entered Solaris via the sea, and the Grand Architect, under the guise of a researcher named Wei Ying, funded the Etheric Sea initiative after it stalled. Their interest is suspected to be in utilizing the sea, at least in the early stages, to reach somewhere beyond. So that's what we currently know about the Etheric Sea. It's a phenomenon that slowly closed out the planet from basically everything else. So now, the new goal for the Synchronists is to learn about the Etheric Sea and figure out a way to get past it. Because if you can open up the Etheric Sea, you open up the rest of the universe. And that is probably going to have some heavy implications for the future. It's no longer going to be like, oh, we need a gate in order to get into space. No, we need to figure out how to break through the etheric sea itself. Because if we can break through the etheric sea, we can gain access to the rest of the area outside of this planet and beyond. And who knows what truly lies beyond. So I think that's going to be fun if the narrative starts to mess with that. But overall, good segue. And I am so glad that we got our hands on President Lucilla. We got her and her weapon in the same go. So you don't need to worry about me making videos trying to pull her or saying like, oh, these many days have passed and I still haven't tried to get her. But I am happy that we got Lucilla. But that's all I got. Trying to get perfect. There we go. Yeah, she's a cool character. I'm gonna work on leveling her up, but also work on improving myself throughout this game as well before the next major update. To everyone who tuned in today, had a fun time showcasing the Segue chapter, the newest Segue chapter of Wuthering Waves. Now, we just gotta wait for the next big major preview to figure out what else is going on. But I'm done, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, I'm looking forward to the future of Wuthering Waves. Hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. Even consider checking out my membership here on YouTube or over on Patreon, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. And because I know you're coming back anyway. Have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples. Sorry, I was just so captivated by this animation all of a sudden. I was like, what? But yeah, later, peoples.
I believe it's this one.